It is Friday, ready to dig in today and have great conversation. Hopefully, that is what we're going to do today. So I am excited to talk to you guys. As you will notice, there are two prompts on the screen today that contain about seven topics for people to kind of kind of choose from. And then I've got some things that I want to share regarding those as well. Yeah. So good morning, Katsmandu. How are you? Good morning, David. What's up, Conchita? Good morning, Ala Shek. What's up, Terry? How are you? Good morning, Farah. Good morning, Carmen. How are you guys? That's always a loaded question, but I always ask it anyway. Good morning, Farah. What's up, Jennifer? Hello, Mel Gray. How are you? Folks, if you are joining me anywhere other than I look a bit rested, it's fake. No, I'm just kidding. Hello, Darren. Hey, Carla. What's up, Dax? Hey, Cash. Yeah, no, I slept like shit. I had crazy dreams, but it's okay. What's up, Butters? Blue Honey Pot. Good to see everybody. What's up, Chelly Belly, Chris? Did I have a Red Bull? That's so funny, but I did. Yep. Good morning, Carol. What's up, Pink Panther? Hey, Mary Shaw. Good to see you. Would it be possible to get the whoop whoop? It went really fast. The flippable counties in each state in the Discord. So I don't know. Let me think about that. Good morning, Shirley Gray. Good morning, Platinum Plus. Yeah, 6, 7. I know. That's my grandbaby's fault. That is my grandbaby's fault, 100%. Good morning, New World Mama. What's up, Jen Yaya? Good morning, Sunflower Fish. Masani, good to see you as well. What's up, Tech Lady and Ada? Glad to see everybody popping in here. What's up, Witch? Hope you had a fantastic birthday. Good morning, Sin. How are you guys? So listen. We got a lot to talk about today. And as you can see, I have up two different prompts. They are very, very opposite each other in terms of imagery. But yay, it's not 5 a.m. Veronica, it is not. It is not. Thank you, Conchita. But I do want to talk about these things, right? So what's up, Bilal? Good to see you, friend. Your birthday is 6/7. So you've been doing it your whole life. That's hilarious, Helen. By the way, if you guys don't know, Hell on Wheels is she won her primary in Indiana. So yay for her. We're excited about that. So there's a lot to talk about, right? And so you made your potato tower yesterday. It looked great till a calf managed to get in it. Yeah, that's not good. Hey, Wasim, how are you? Till Dawn, good to see you. David Chambers. So I'm just going to kind of dig in today, and because we do have quite a few things that I want to make sure that we touch on. Good morning, Candy. So let me tell you, I was telling the girls because we're going to do our garden bed this weekend, and so we were talking about it this morning. Good morning, Dale. Appreciate that, Dale. So we were talking about it, and then all of a sudden, Bella just out of like nowhere talks about, I want to be a rabbit. I didn't realize that she was talking about this skin that she wanted in a game. And I was like, baby, bunnies aren't good for gardens. And she was like, huh? Yeah, we had a whole like a confused chat about gardens and bunnies this morning. So it was pretty funny. Okay, so let me just review the topics really quickly so that we can talk about the two prompts and the topics. Good morning, Amy. Right, y'all. Good morning, Rachel. CI Trader, Zionism and greed are related. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Good morning, Lena. Good to see you. So let me go over the prompts really quickly with the imagery, and then I'll kind of explain, what those look like in terms of topics, right? So the first prompt is Jesus would not support President Trump, war, ICE, or G-side, or grifting, right? And so that's one subject, right, around maybe Christian conservatives who support this administration, who support Israel, all those different types of things. So that's one religious centered or religious backed prompt, right? Pretty similar to what the Pope is saying, till dawn, absolutely. And then on the other side, we are not winning against Iran, even though the president of the United States claims that we are. And we gas is not down, which is a claim that he made yesterday, which I found to be very interesting. He literally said that gas dropped yesterday, which it did not. It increased, right? And then we are illegally at war because of the War Powers Act. And Zionism and greed are the problem. And so those two things have various points of intersectionality. And I think that those two things are responsible for much of what we see happening in the world and in the United States right now. You got me on YouTube, Nini? Of course you do. Appreciate you very much. Good morning, Scotty. I am ready to go with a whole thing full of water, Scotty. So I'm on it already. So we're gonna talk about all of those types of things, right? Yeah, 429 in Tennessee. I think the average everywhere, like the national average, is 415 or 420, something along those lines. Definitely not lower. Not lower than it was a year ago. Not lower than it was 3 months ago. All of those, right? It's being mean to you today. Oh, I don't like that. Yeah, 455. See, thank you, David. You got me. So we're going to talk about all of those different types of things. Chad, I would love to talk to you. You like to come here every day. Would you like to join the panel? Because you said it's only temporary. I would like for you to give me the timeline for which, because everything is temporary, right? Gas has always had temporary pricing. Gas never has a fixed price, correct? So the question that I would ask you is, what do you mean by temporary? What is the time frame that you have in mind? Good morning, Amy and Dilgrave, right? So that's the question for you, Chad, that I have. And I would love it. He does, Brandy. Good morning, Elaine. Gas is $3.99 in Tulsa, Oklahoma for regular. See, $4. Well, I mean, but there are some things that we know, even if the conflict ended today, right? No worries, Jen. Absolutely no worries. I'm going to send out an email today that will have the link to the recording from last night. So no worries about any of that. If you did not get to make the Project for the People meeting last night, you will get an email with a link. We have a weekend of action where we're going to be posting. We're going to be going out into our communities. We're going to be having lots of different conversations and giving some accurate information and talking to people in our communities, right? So our online communities are in real life communities, our neighbors, and all the things. So good morning, Shawnee. Good to see you. Yeah, everybody's putting their gas prices in. That seems to be a very sensitive subject. But yeah, no, yesterday the president of the United States actually said out of his mouth that gas prices had dropped. Not the case at all. Yes, and then the recording does go dark. Good morning, DJ. Good morning, Jamie. Yeah, it was. Listen, Amy, I forgot to gas up yesterday. So in order to get everybody where I needed them to go today, I was like, I need to put some gas in my car this morning. And so I was hurrying up so I could still get everybody where they were. And I was like, I'll only do half a tank, and it still took $30, and I wasn't even actually at half. Like, it was just a little bit, right? So crazy. It would take about $65 to fill my car right now, which is insane. But yeah, so there we are. All right. So, here, and so I'm kind of going on for what these are. So here would be the topics based on that. So one would be Christianity, and those people that profess to be Christians that either support the president, that support the war in Iran, that support ICE, or that support Israel's genocide in Palestine, or the insane amount of grifting that is being done, right, for a while. So that's one set of topics. The other set of topics based on the second prompt is going to be the war in Iran, and basically from a perspective of not if you support it or not, but are we actually winning? Because there's this idea and there's this messaging coming from the White House that somehow we're winning when we're not, right? And it's not just me that's saying that we're not. Literally, there is a report that came out from our own intelligence, from our own government, saying that we are not winning. So we're going to talk about that in depth. I've got some information that I want to share with you all about the things that have happened and about what we have sustained as a country, right? Um, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about being illegally at war and the War Powers Act, but I think that everybody understands that 60 days has come and gone. The War Powers Act is being violated, and that makes this an illegal war. The president of the United States continues to call it a war, right? And then we can discuss the issue with Zionism. Zionism is not the same as Judaism. And we can talk about, the the role that Zionism and greed plays in many of the things that are happening today, right? So if you are new to me, I'm going to very quickly go over the 4 things that I ask for in this space, and they are not hard, and they are not it's not a lot, right? So let me share with you what those are. Number 1, I ask that you are respectful in here, no matter who you are, no matter what side of whatever aisle you are on, right? Be respectful. Number 2, do not use slurs of any kind, or you will be muted and then booted from my live. Number 3, do not spam the comments. So what does that mean? It means if you have something to say, you can say it once or twice, but do not put the same thing 4 and 5 and 6 times in my chat, because it's not productive for conversation and it is not good for the algorithm, right? And then the last one sounds silly, but it's important. Do not type in all caps. Good morning, Devil Dog, because all caps are reserved for my moderators. And I have followers and subscribers that I know are vision impaired. So we respect their disability and we reserve all caps for those individuals. What's up, Jay? So those are the guidelines. They're not difficult. If you can't adhere to them, like if you don't have that ability as an adult, feel free to go ahead and put your finger on the screen and just swoop on out of this live right now, and it'll be okay. Namaste, be action, right? So if you can't, like if those are just, if you feel like that is constraining, if you feel like that's just too much for you to handle as an adult, then feel free to put your finger on your phone and just swoop right on out to a different live, and it'll be okay. I'm not for everybody. Some people like yelling and screaming and cursing and I don't. So if that's your jam, this ain't for you. Okay. Randall, you don't know what grifting is? Do you know what you don't know what grifting is, Randall? Let me ask you this. You're asking me, have you Googled it? Because I'm certainly not the first person to bring it up. Have you looked it up to see what the internet says about it? No? Why not? Because I know that this can't be the first time you've heard that, right? A grifter is just basically, that's a con artist. It's people who obtain money by swindling people or tricking other people, right? So, oh, thanks, Devil Dog. Appreciate that. Thanks, Yvonne. And so it's where, sometimes politicians or pundits or different people, right, they will exploit people. They will exploit people in order to raise money. That's what they will do. And listen, you've seen pastors do it. You've seen politicians do it. You've seen all kinds of people do it. They will play upon either your fears or your trust or your hopes or whatever, right? And in an effort to get money. So it's that pastor that tells you, if you sow a seed of $1,000 right now, the Lord is going to bless you. That is a grift. If you are falling for the, this is going to be the golden age of the United States of America, and we are absolutely winning. By the way, buy my $400 gold shoes or my Bitcoin, right? Also a grift. Those types of things. All of those would be examples of grifting, and so you see different people doing it all over the place, right? But the whole thing behind grifting is there's a manipulation that takes place, right? There is a manipulation that takes place for the grift. And it can be on your faith, it can be on your fear, it can be on your hopes, it could be on any of those different types of things. Right, exactly. Even manipulation. So, the grift about, hey, If you just do this 10-step program, you will lose 50 pounds and you'll be able to keep it off and you'll be completely rejuvenated. And this is the answer to all of your problems. Who needs to count calories or eat right? Right? So there's a lot of different ways that you see grifting out there. So Randall, I would love for you to give me an example, one example of President Biden grifting. I would like for you to show me a single grift that he did that lined his pocket with money, because I don't think that you can. Hella, 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 Raja. I don't believe that you can. Yeah, I'm like fairly certain that you can't. Okay. Love that for you. Welcome, Rev Carla. Good to see you in here. What's up, Scotty? Right. I mean, I know. I'm just saying. I was trying to be nice, Amy. What's up, Octavius? Good to see everybody rolling in here. Okay, so I'm going to start to go over just some facts and information, and then if there are folks in here that would like to discuss all of this. This is the cause of racism. This is the cause of racism. They didn't want a Black woman as their president. You mean this is the result of racism, I think is what you're saying, Casey? And while I would say that there's definitely a place where racism played a part in the last election, I wouldn't say that it's the only thing, right? I think there are many, many points of intersectionality. I would say the main two, miss you too, Raja, Walla. I think what I would say the main two roads would be religion and then racism, and then there's different points of intersectionality, right? So those points of intersectionality can be sexism, can be homophobia, can be transphobia, can be lots of different things, right? So just saying, there's a lot of different places where those things come into being. Okay. Yep. Ableism is definitely one. All the isms have different places of intersectionality, but I think the main two roads that we traveled were definitely racism and religion. And to be fair, that has been the roads well traveled by the Republican Party for, over half a decade. So it's not as if this is something new. These roads are well traveled. Yes, Pally panel today. They are well traveled. They are worn roads, right? But they do get repaved. And so the roads kind of look new, but they go to the same place and they're the same roads. They just look different. You know what I mean? They just got new pavement on it, that sort of thing, right? So here's what I would say. If you disagree with me and you would like to discuss anything that is on either of these two prompts, I'm not sure, Jay Nice. Remember, she said she has some, she says that she had some coverage that they were doing. I don't know if you remember that, right? And so if you disagree with me and you would like to discuss that, feel free to join the panel, okay? And I mean that wholeheartedly. Same thing goes for over here. If you are on Facebook, YouTube, Substack, or Twitch, and you would like to join the panel over here and discuss this, let me know. I will happily put the link in the chat for you to be able to come up here on this panel and us to have this conversation, okay? So good morning, Just Why. So just letting everybody know that you are more than welcome. Even if you disagree with me, I'm more than happy to have these conversations. I missed what Randall said he thought was a Joe Biden grift. Is his diversion about his son lies. I would need you to be specific, right? And then, so I'm not sure, maybe we need to review what we were talking about as the definition of a grift. A grift is, of course, I love you back, Raja. A grift is when someone plays upon your fears, your hopes, your dreams, your beliefs in order to make money for themselves. So if you begin to, so like the moment that you say anything about Hunter, then we're not talking about Joe Biden as a grift, because you can't point to anything that Joe Biden did concerning Hunter that made Joe Biden money, right? That's just not something that you're going to be able to do. So try again. Try again. All right. Yeah, it is Cherry Blossom. It is 100%. I can show you grifts when it comes to Alex Jones. I can show you grifts when it comes to the president of the United States. I can show you grifts when it comes to my pillow guy, Rudy Giuliani, Don Jr., all of those guys, right? So this is not difficult. Okay. Good morning, Sue. How are you? Glad to see you. All right, so we're gonna kind of dive right in here, and yeah, manipulating the market yeah, 100%. Oh, Steve Bannon is a grifter too. Yes. I don't know about everything, Donna, but I would say a lot of what he does is a grift. I appreciate you, Angela. The big guy, he got kickbacks from his deals. You'd have to share with me specifics what you're talking about. Oh, thanks, Just Why. Randall, like you're giving me very generalized things. When you say he got kickbacks, give me an example of a kickback and from what deal you speak of. Because like I can do that. I can talk about the $10 million that President Trump got from Egypt and the investigation that was going on about that. Like, I can show you that, but that's not a grift. That's just like, you know what I mean? That's just being shady deals. But if I'm being fair, in my opinion, I just believe that Donald Trump's entire time as a presidential candidate and as a president, I believe his entire political career has been an overall grift for him and his family. I believe that he and his family were in dire financial straits before he decided to run for office. I believe that he's actually said that before, that the only time he would ever run for office is if he were broke. And so in my opinion, based on not only the things that he said, but what, kind of documents and, things show is that, okay, Raja. Yeah. So I believe that his campaigning and time as president has been a grift. Good morning, Tara Love. Good to see you last night. Okay. All right. So let's talk about some of the facts. When I say we are not winning the war in Iran, can I please prove that? Which part, Ollie? Which part, Ollie? Just saying. Yeah, sure. Yeah. So what we know is that his financial positions, yeah. Well, so this is not the subject of today, right? So like when we talk about grifting, the way that grifting is part of the conversation is that Jesus would not agree with grifting, right? What's up, Pedal? Good morning, Celia. Right? So what we know is that he had a tremendous amount of debt coming before that, and that a lot of his wealth had been overstated, right? That's how he got the 34 felonies. He got the 34 felonies. Well, the 34 felonies is the proof, Ollie. That's the deal. The 34 felonies was from him fraudulently making claims on his business paperwork for the banks, and he was overestimating the value of his, like, literally that's the 34 felonies. because he committed fraud, right? He committed fraud because he was overestimating, right, what he was worth. If you're not familiar with the court case, I would recommend that you go read it. Right? So here's the thing. When people are really, really rich and people have wealth, they don't have to lie to the bank. Like they don't have to include the size of the elevator as part of the square footage of their condo. Right? The square footage of the hallway and the elevator don't get added to the square footage of your condo when you're really rich, when you're really wealthy. Like it's not something that you have to do. And you don't get to pick a number out of the sky and say, "Ooh, my name is worth this." Like that's not something that really wealthy people have to do. Okay? And so that's why it's important. So that would be the proof, Ollie. 34 felonies. Why do I care? Well, here's why I care, Stanford, because he is the president of the United States of America. And if the president of the United States of America lies about his wealth, has committed fraud, has gotten 34 felonies, has been proven in court to lie, that's significant to me when he is representing the United States of America. Because if he is willing to overestimate the value of his own personal wealth, is he willing to overestimate the value of the United States of America? Is he willing to lie to the United States of America, to the people, and say, "Oh, we're doing just fine. Economically, we're great." When in fact, for the first time since World War II, our debt has now risen to the level that it is more than our gross domestic product. So for those of you all that do not understand that, for the first time since World War II, our debt is more than our gross domestic product, our consumers. We have nothing to borrow against. And this is Desi, this doesn't have anything to do with the insolvency part. That's different. And so the reason why I care is because it matters. Because when you have somebody that is in dire financial straits and they are telling everyone that they're okay, then that means that they are vulnerable, right? They are vulnerable to blackmail, to manipulation, to conversion, to becoming an asset, right? It's literally one of the things that you know in government, especially if you've ever had a security clearance. If you go to apply for a job in intelligence, or in the government where a security clearance is required, your debt is part of what is evaluated, right? Like for real. So that's why they check, like if you have gambling problems, if you have, gambling addictions, if you owe debt to other people, if you have business deals, for example, in countries that are around the world, and those business deals are not going well. And maybe that means you're in trouble with business propositions that you have in, I don't know, let's just say, for example, Russia. That could be a problem, right? So if I had business deals in Russia and those business deals weren't going well and I owed money in Russia, then that would make me a national security risk if I were applying for a job in the government where a security clearance was required. So that's why I care. I hope that answers the question. Okay. Yep. It matters. You couldn't get a TSA job because your sister is a felon. Good morning, Rose. So these are the things. So let me just say this, folks. This is what is so important. I want you all to understand that it's intentional when they call it. Good morning, James. It's important when it's intentional. When they said to you, "Oh, it's Trump derangement syndrome," and you bought into it and you said, "Yeah, these people are just obsessed with Trump," then you did exactly what they wanted you to do. You made it about him as a person, which that's not the issue. The issue is about him as the president of the United States of America. It is about the office that he sits in and the responsibility that comes with that office, not just in this country, but around the world. And we have never ever said, oh, well, you have Joe Biden derangement syndrome, or you have Ronald Reagan derangement syndrome, or you have George W. Bush derangement syndrome. Nobody has ever been criticized for giving a damn about the president of the United States and what they do in office. And the fact that somehow you all don't understand that is wild to me. Of course, we care what the president of the United States is doing. And the reality is, we have a president that loves to be in the media. You cannot tell people that they have Trump derangement syndrome when every single day he says and does something to get his ass in the media. If I promise you, if he just stopped doing dumb shit, the media would stop talking about him. But he wants to be in there. He wants to be in the media. Period. That's his goal. He loves to see his name in lights, and it doesn't matter what the lights say. He just wants his name in lights. We've never had this before because we have never had this level of narcissism in the presidency. That's just it. Like, that's for real. And when you say that we've never had this many people calling for someone in office's death, you're full of shit, because the threats and the attempts on Barack Obama far exceeded what's happened to this president. So you're just not being accurate when you say that. You're trying to gaslight me, and I'm not doing it, sir. The facts actually demonstrate that there have been more attempts and more hate speech and more calling for the unaliving of Barack Obama than ever when it comes to Donald Trump. And that's because he was what? We all know why. So I'm not falling into that. I'm not. And by the way, here's the difference. So when Barack Obama was running for office and when he was the president, he never called for anybody else's unaliving. He never said anybody else should be hung. He never said that, oh, you know what, we should beat them and let them get taken out on a stretcher. He never used incendiary language, right? And there is something that says you reap what you sow. So we now currently have a president that uses vile, incendiary, violent language all the time. So he should not be surprised when that comes back to him. I want to be clear about that. He should not be surprised when that comes back to him, because that is what he sows. So, you want to try again? Probably not, but you can try again if you'd like. Okay, Shawnee. So I just really want people to understand that you can't say, oh, well, everybody's so horrible because they say horrible things about him. He is getting what he sows. This is the first president in history that I have ever seen. Nope, you don't get to do that in here, just hanging out. Nope, we don't do that. We don't call for violence in my space. We don't call for violence in my space. I don't care how much I dislike a human being. We don't call for or condone violence in this space. Nope. So when Secret Service shows up at your door, they're not going to come looking for me because I muted your ass as soon as you said it. Ching, 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 ching. Click. Bye. Because we don't do that here. Okay? Now, along the same lines, let me just be clear, folks, right? We've never had a president in history say things like, the other party is the enemy within. They've never said, yeah, I was super quick. I don't fuck around with that kind of thing at all. We've never had a president that referred to members of the press that are women as piggy, as nasty. You're a horrible reporter. You're a horrible journalist. That's a nasty question. Why would you ask that nasty question? We've never had a president in the United States of America that speaks to people in the manner that he does. So do not be surprised if people use that same manner when they speak about him. I don't believe that we're politically divided, 250J. I don't believe that. That's not true. Politics is simply policy that affects people. And I believe that the vast majority of this country actually agrees on policy. The vast majority of this country agrees on policy. What happens is they allow division and hate to make their vote not align with their policy perspectives when they get in the booth. Let me just be clear. Jennifer, I don't agree with that either. The majority of the country does not want AB ban. No, they don't. The majority of the country want women to have the right to choose. And we know that statistically. So no, we're not divided by that either. That is part of the culture war that they want you to believe is real. But it's not. It's not. It's not real. I bet every single one of us knows a ton of Christians that have had an AB. A ton. But they like to play culture wars. Why? Because culture wars make you think you're better than somebody else. And those culture wars get to allow you not to have to face who you are, and you get to keep pointing out what you believe is the bad of other people. That's all that culture wars do. They elevate you while repressing and oppressing someone else in your mind, and then you don't have to face the own shit that you need to clean up in your life. That's why they use culture wars. And most of the time, they use culture wars because they cannot stand on their policies and their record. And so this should be something that everyone uses. Everyone. I don't care what side of the aisle you're talking about. If you are looking at a candidate and they are busy talking about culture wars rather than policy, that's your first clue to dig a little deeper. That's the first clue that you need to dig a little deeper and ask harder questions of that candidate. Just so everyone is clear about that. All right. Well, Eric, here's what I would say. If you don't want to hear any more things about President Trump, you might want to put your finger on the screen and just swoop on out of here, because as long as he's the president of the United States, I am not only going to talk about what he does, I am required. It is my civic duty to pay attention to what the president of the United States does and to talk about it. And if the things that he does are detrimental to the country and to the people of this country, that's not called hating, honey. That's called government accountability. And so maybe you're not a fan of government accountability, but I am. You might want to ask yourself why you're not a fan of government accountability. Why don't you want to hold the president accountable for the things that he says and does as the president of the United States of America? Why isn't that something that you're interested in doing? Has this ever been said in history before? Oh, I'm tired. I don't want to hear anybody else say anything about the president. Has that ever been a position that anybody has taken ever before? Seriously. Have we ever said, oh, he's the president, nobody should talk about him? No. No, because as the president, we should all be concerned. Right? Miss me with it. These are fake arguments that aren't accurate in any way, shape, or form. You would not be at your job saying, nobody should talk about the CEO, would you? Nobody. Listen, y'all be at your jobs every day talking about your damn manager and talking about your CEOs all day long, but nobody's saying you have CEO derangement syndrome. No, you're busy talking about your CEO and you're talking about whether or not you have good health benefits. You're talking about whether you get paid adequately for overtime. You're talking about the conditions in your office. Do they keep it too cold? Do they keep it too warm? You're busy talking about whether or not you get enough PTO, how many hours you have to work before you own your PTO, and all of that. If I take all of those arguments and I apply it to the government, it's the same damn conversation. It's the same damn conversation. Y'all wanted a CEO as the president, so don't be surprised when I'm talking about the CEO of the United States of America. Miss me with it, y'all. Y'all acting wild out here in these streets. Hey, Michael. Y'all acting wild as hell out here in these streets. Y'all know good and well. Y'all be talking about your CEO. You talk about your pastor. You talk about the head of the neighborhood watch. Y'all talk about everybody that's in charge all the time. But all of a sudden, nobody's supposed to do it because Trump's the president? Get out of my face. Get out of my face. You want to talk about your CEO's healthcare plan for the employees, but you don't want to talk about the government healthcare plans for the people. Shut up. Y'all wilding out. Don't talk about the president is wild. It's crazy work. What's wrong with y'all? And you think that people are supposed to believe that? You are not going to gaslight me into thinking that I'm not supposed to keep the president of the United States of America accountable. Well, you know what, buddy? Let's talk about it. You're 69 years old. You said this is the best president you've ever seen. Let's talk about it. I'm 52 years old. Let's talk about it, buddy. I sent you an invite to join the panel, buddy. And then I'm not being funny, but the only other thing that I would ask you, buddy, is have you been to the optometrist lately? I'm just asking with all sincerity. Because maybe you don't see too well. I'm just asking, Cam. I'm just asking. That's what he said. He said, best president I've ever seen. I just want to know, has he been to the eye doctor lately? That's all I want to know. I have one, buddy. Do you have one? It tickles me when they say, you should get a job. Your ass is on TikTok with me, sir. And I see you haven't made your way to the panel yet. Come on. I know you want to come on up here, buddy. Look, I even made the box available for you. Come on, buddy. Look, see that little box down there that says request? Just in case you haven't been to the eye doctor, I put the box there so you can see it. I can make it a bigger box if you need it too. Good morning, Rebel. Right. That's what I was saying, bling the things. No, buddy, you're not coming? Hey, Max boy, how are you? Right, me too, Lou. I know, Terry, me too. Oh, let me see. Who lied about what? I missed it. Somebody's having a conversation about lies. Did I miss it? What happened? Somebody help me. Do you not find it unfair that they lied about Russiagate in the first term and it was debunked? So if that were true, for example, like Pizzagate, then I would. But since Russiagate was actually never debunked and is a factual thing, and people were indicted and people actually were convicted, right? Then no, I don't find that. Ask Paul Manafort, Ollie. Ask Paul Manafort about Russiagate and it being debunked, or Roger Stone. Are you familiar with Paul Manafort, who Trump had to pardon? Why did he have to pardon him? Why did Donald Trump have to pardon Paul Manafort? Why did Donald Trump have to pardon him? You'll go look. Okay. Because he was convicted by a jury in federal court for what? Foreign bank accounts and for lobbying for pro-Russia political thing. Yeah. Yep. He had a sentence in Virginia and in DC because of Russia. Yep. And then the president of the United States decided to pardon him because he got those charges working for the president of the United States. Same reason Roger Stone got it. So, yeah. Hey, Adeline, come back and then ask me about Russiagate after you go read that. Okay? Doug, so I want to point something out to you. Do you see this right here where it says President Trump? When I put president in front of someone's name, that is a fairly good indicator that I know they're the president. It's not like earth shattering when you go, he's still your president. I live in reality. I know he's the president. I am very aware. I also live in reality and I know he lost the 2020 election. See how that works? See, when you are able to live in reality, you can accept the things that you like and the things that you don't like because they are reality. Just saying. Yeah. I'm just offering you that. Try it on. Like Donald Trump is my president today, the same way Joe Biden was your president from 2021 till 2024. Well, to the first part of 2025. So just offering that to you. Did I? Well, Ollie, wait, you were going to come back after you looked up Russiagate. Ollie, you just came back and now you're asking about Biden. Nope, we're going to go back to Russiagate, Ollie. Did you go look it up? Because you just said a minute ago that Russiagate was debunked. Did you go look up Paul Manafort and Roger Stone's convictions? Because I'm not going to let you come back in and then pivot. Like, nope, we're going to stay right here on the road that we are traveling together. You can multitask, Ollie. What's up, Burke? How are you? Yeah. So, folks, this is like, it's really, really important for people to understand this is not about Democrats versus Republicans. This is not about, oh, I liked this president and I don't like this president. It is about who is the president of the United States? What did they do as the president of the United States? And what do the facts show you to support what they say they did versus the reality of what they did? And I'm going to give you a perfect example. Literally yesterday, the current president of the United States, with a straight ass face, said gas prices dropped. Now, I'm going to ask all of you all, are gas prices as a whole going down? Yes or no? Because that is literally what the president of the United States said. yesterday. Ollie, I'm going to ask you, are gas prices going down? Oh, Ollie, you don't get to say that. Oh, they all lie. No, no, Ollie. So listen, um, that's not the question that I asked you. I asked you if gas prices went down. That's what I asked you. No, Yana, they don't all do lie. And that's a dumbass excuse. You said no, gas prices didn't go down. Great. So let me ask you this question, Ollie. Okay, since we know that gas prices did not go down, right? So let's talk about this next one. Let's talk about this next one. Does a war end when there's a temporary ceasefire, but you're still committing acts of war? So I'm going to give you an example. So the claim is that we're not at war with Iran because we're not firing missiles, even though we are firing missiles, right? But if I stop shooting at you, but I'm holding your people hostage, or I'm still illegally occupying your land, is that right? It's not even a ceasefire. Good morning, Brassbone. So the answer is no, it doesn't end. It doesn't end. So again, this lie that we're not at war, when he turns around and says, well, when the war ends, gas prices will go down. Again, lies. Okay? All right. So new people, I am going to open up my panel and I'm going to share with you all how things happened here. Well, no, they are occupying international waters, which is illegal. So listen, you all have to understand that you are not allowed to block other countries' ports in international waters, nor are you allowed to kidnap people 600 miles away from your borders. Okay? You're not allowed to do that either. Yeah, so no, Iran didn't block anybody's ports. Yes, that's called piracy. Good job, Scotty. Okay, so if you are going to come to my panel, I need to give you a couple of things just so that you know how we do things. Okay, number one, yes, Adam. So why did they shut the strait? Why did Iran close the strait? What happened first? What happened first? What happened first? Come on, Adam. I'm sure you know the answer to this question. What happened first? We illegally attacked Iran. Yeah. We blew up a girls' school and killed dozens of students, dozens of little girls. That's what we did. So it should be no one should be surprised when they said, really? Then no, that's not moving the goalpost. That's not moving the goalpost. You said they did this first. And if you talk about what did they do first, you have to talk about what happened first. And so if we go back to the original thing that started all of this, it would be we bombed them first. And this is not difficult. And by the way, stating facts is not taking up for anybody. Just so we're clear, if I say we bombed them first, and that is a fact, that isn't me taking up for Iran. That is me saying we fucking bombed them first. Period. It's very relevant, 100%. So let me go ahead and give you all the guidelines, and then I'm going to open up my panel for you. Okay. So when you join my panel, I ask a couple of things. Number one, I want you to put yourself on mute until I get to you, right? Number two, be respectful, which means don't talk over me, right? Don't use slurs of any kind. Let me see what else. Those are the main ones. So it's just be respectful. And when I first bring you up, put yourself on mute until I get to you. And so when it is your turn, I will address you and then I will ask you a question or whatever. And then you will be able to respond to me. Okay. And then that's it. And as long as we can engage in a respectful conversation, then we'll be just fine, even if we disagree. Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. So let's get started. Let's get started. Donna Bailey, did you mean to request up? I'm not sure that you did. I know sometimes you all tap and end up here. Rocky Dean, did you intend to also request up? Rocky Dean, did you mean to request up as well? I know, Teresa. It'll be appealed. It'll still be appealed. Oh, thanks, Lauren. I appreciate that. Adam, it looks like you're having trouble connecting. You might need to drop and then rejoin. Right, Beach Bum wannabe. Okay, I am so confused. Yeah. Well, George, would you like to join the panel? It looks like you want to discuss one of the prompts. What's up, Dirty Bad Bloggers? Hey, Angel. Good morning, Jonathan. What happened to Adam? The rules might have been too much for Adam, y'all. Like being respectful and putting yourself on mute might have been too much because I tried to bring Adam up and he just like timed out. So maybe it was too much. That's why I always go over them first. It always clears it out. Yep, Carla. But it does, it always clears them out. When I say, guys, just be respectful, don't use any slurs, and then all of a sudden they ask be gone. Oh, Lovey. It's crazy work. It is crazy work. Oh my goodness gracious. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Okay, so can we do a little bit of facts, right? Exactly, Sarah. Good morning, Muhammad OS. Okay, so let's do a little facts first, okay? Because I think that this is something that is really important, and I do want to share it with you. So one or the other, you guys hear me talk about some of the places where I get trusted information from, right? And it's starting to get mad at me because I have so many tabs open. Please be nice. Thank you. Okay, so one of them is also Harrods. Are you guys familiar with this site? It's HAARETZ. Fright Channel and Synapse, if you would like to come to the panel, we can discuss it. And I'm not speaking for Jesus. I am speaking about Jesus based on what Jesus taught and what Jesus did by example. Now, if you want to discuss what Jesus taught and what Jesus did by example, then we can do that. Nope, Fright Channel, that it's not called Trump derangement syndrome. It's called giving a fuck what the president of the United States does that impacts the lives of people. That's what it's called. I know that that's like a longer, right? So it is beautiful language. I love it. It's called giving a fuck what the president of the United States does that affects the people. I know that's longer than TDS, but just try it on. Thank you, Jules. Giving a fuck what the president of the United States does that affects the American people. Yep, that's what it's called. I love Jules right now. Okay. Right, right, Lori. Y'all, somebody over here, Jules wrote uh GAF, like did all the first letters for everything that I said, giving a fuck what the president of the United States does that affects the American people. And she typed all those letters. Oh, that was great. Oh, oh, I did take my meds, Fright Channel. You should try it. Have you been to the doctor? Wait, listen, Fright Channel, in all seriousness, if you're on Medicaid, you're going to need to check because you may not have access to your doctor anymore because they passed some legislation last year. They actually used a budget resolution and they decreased funding for Medicaid. So if you didn't get your meds or if you did not take them, that could be why if you get Medicaid or if you purchased it off the marketplace. So you might want to check. I think there's like a line you can call. Salam, Abu Binks. Well, thank you, tech lady. Okay. So, all right, so let's get it going. Okay. So this is actually a really important report that is that has been out. And it's crazy. It's absolutely wild. So I just want to give you just the headline and then we're going to dig into it. You ready? And this is actually coming from our intelligence. So this is from the United States of America. Hold on one second. Okay. I did. Okay. You ready? So there is a report that came out and they used, yeah, I know, but it'll be appealed. It'll keep going, truth to power. It'll keep going. Yeah. So all right, so here we go. So I'm going to give it to you. So according to this report, um Iranian strikes have destroyed or damaged at least 228 structures or pieces of equipment at least 15 US bases across the Middle East. I'm going to say that again. I'm going to say that again. Iranian strikes have destroyed or damaged at least 228 structures or pieces of equipment at least 15 US bases across the Middle East using satellite imagery. That's how that has been determined. Okay. So a U.S. official said that Iran caused "quote unquote" extensive damage to a key U.S. naval base in Bahrain, forcing Washington to relocate the headquarters to the to CENTCOM, right, in Tampa, Florida. So I don't know if you guys, that's not winning. That's not winning. Also, Iran has hit at least 16 US bases. Appreciate you, Dolphin. Damaging high value targets. And so we do know this to be true. We do know that we had soldiers sitting in hotels in the Gulf Coast because our facilities there had been absolutely trashed. So, La Bori, I'm not sure what you're referring to when you say not at all host. Are you saying that's not winning at all? I be trying to read and sometimes right. I be being just saying. Yeah, got you. Yeah, it's true. So, also the Iranian air threat to several of Washington's bases in the Middle East have caused commanders to move most of the personnel. So I want you all to remember we talked about this briefly yesterday. So they actually restricted satellite imagery on the Middle East 2 weeks into the war so that people could not get these images. So, two of the largest commercial providers of satellite imagery that do high resolution satellite imagery, 2 weeks into this, they were asked to either limit or withhold the satellite imagery. 109 Iranian released satellite images of damaged US bases were determined to be authentic when they were cross referenced with EU satellites and commercial imagery. 19 were inconclusive and none were found to be manipulated. Those little pieces of data right there are super important. You guys hear me? That was super important. Okay? So listen. When we talk about what they came out with. So Iran said, here's 109 satellite images, right? That are of US damaged bases. All 109 were found to be authentic when they were cross-referenced with EU satellites and commercial imagery. 19 were inconclusive, and absolutely none of them were found to be manipulated. That's significant, folks, because the government of the United States wants you to believe that Iran just lies and Iran doesn't tell the truth and Iran can't be trusted and Iran is whatever. The reality is that Iran is not fabricating the information about this war. It is, in fact, the United States of America that is doing so. It's the United States of America that is limiting, manipulating, or downplaying the facts about what's happening in this war with Iran, not Iran. Okay? Super important. Oh, Ray or Timo. So let me just help you out here. What we don't do in this space is pretend like the United States of America gives a fuck about women. So, like, we don't go, ooh, look, Iran doesn't let women drive. Like, we don't do that here because it doesn't matter to me if you're from Iran. I don't care. That's fine. Then do you work for the government? Because how do you have internet? Are you in Iran, Rayer? Are you in Iran? Because if you do, I would love to know how do you have well, they come in all different shades. You moved to Germany. When did you move to Germany and why? When? 2018. Gotcha. So what do you know about how the United States of America treats our women? And then while you say that women in Iran aren't allowed to drive, my question would be, the United States of America literally blew up a girls' school. So, like, women get to go to school in Iran, right? The United States of America blew up the children. Cam, don't talk to Enrique. Enrico has Dani derangement syndrome. We know that. He's here all the time. Enrico has Dani derangement syndrome, you guys. Y'all know that. We don't talk to Enrico. He has DDS. Yeah. Enrico being here like every day. Hey, Baxter. I know that Sharia actually means law. And what I know is that the United States of America doesn't really care about countries that have Sharia law or countries that have laws against women. Because if the United States of America did, then the United States of America would be at war with Saudi Arabia. And we're not. Right? right, Rayo? What's up, macaroni in the house? True, Alex. Correct. Yeah, no, they don't, Baxter. That is for sure. They don't. So, one of the things that I do here that's really important is I don't do Islamophobia here. So, here's what I don't do. What I don't do is misuse religion to make people scared of brown people with because if we're going to talk about, if we're literally going to have a conversation about extremists and religious extremists and horrible things done in the name of religion, then we absolutely have to start with Christianity first. We have to start with Christianity first. Appreciate that. Blessed and grateful. So if you would like to do that, we can do that. We can talk about how Christian nationalism in this country right now is leading to the death of babies and women in this country. As a matter of fact, the Roe v. Wade decision and we had the Dobbs decision, right? Then what happened as a result of that is what? We've had an increase in infant mortality rates. Well, Big O, that is true. Come join the panel and tell me why it's not true. What happened to Sue? I missed it. Well, how did we get from Iran to Nigeria? Because now you're going to tell me that the Muslims in Nigeria are killing Christians, and you don't understand that 52 and 48% of the population in Nigeria is Christian and Islamic, right? So you don't understand that half the country are Christians and half the country are Muslims, and the raids that are happening there don't have shit to do with religion. They have attacked Muslim facilities and people the same way they've attacked Christians. Being Christian isn't the motivating factor behind the raids and the fighting happening in Nigeria. So, what again, I'm not going to let you do is take religion and make it be the focus of something because you want to promote Islamophobia. No, sir, not happening. You want to know why? Because I already know the fucking facts. Try again, Ray. And why don't you join the panel? I would love to, I'm familiar with like Palestinian Arabic and Syrian Arabic. I would like to hear your Iranian accent in Arabic. Can you give it to me? Can you join the panel, Ray? Since you're in Germany, you should have no problem with your connection. Y'all, I missed everything that Macaroni said. Sending Sue lots of love and hugs. Farsi, whatever he wants to speak. I'm good with it. Farsi, I know. I just want to hear your Farsi. There are people in here that can translate it. Well, no, he's from Iran and he moved to Germany. So come speak Farsi. We have people that can translate it. You want to do? I'm ready. Yeah, Georgia, you know why. Georgia said, why don't they join the panel? Girl, you Ray, I want to hear your Farsi. Where'd you go? I think that as someone who was in Iran who went to Germany for your safety as a man in 2018, I would love for you to come talk to us about Iran in Farsi. All of a sudden, Ray is very quiet. All of a sudden, Ray is very, very quiet. Funny how that works, ain't it? Yeah, Ray gone, Annie. Ray is gone. It's amazing how that happens, right? So, folks, when I say in this space that I am not going to let you try to make Palestinians or Muslims out to be some horrible thing just because of a religion, I mean that shit with all of my heart and soul. What's up, Roland? I mean that hands down. You will not ever come at me with no Islamophobia bullshit. And you won't use black people to try to do it, like Nigeria. Like, since when has the world given a fuck about Nigeria? I just want to be clear. Since when has the world given a fuck about Nigeria, especially the West? Tell me when. Since never. Don't start act like y'all care about women. Don't act like you care about LGBTQIA people. Don't act like you give a fuck about Africans, because you don't. The only thing you've ever cared about is what you can get from any of those groups. And that's it. So I'm not doing it. So, this is not difficult, people. If you have real facts and real data and you want to have a conversation, please step on up. Good morning, Scott. Please step up. Am I? I'm just saying. Right? You think Jesus would agree with President Trump? Come talk to me. You think that Jesus would support war? Come talk to me. You think that Jesus would be behind ICE? Come talk to me. You think that Jesus would support G-side? Come talk to me. You think Jesus would support grifting? Come talk to me. Please make sure that you have your Bible beside you when you do. Please make sure that you have your Bible beside you when you do. And if I move on to the other prompt, you believe we're winning in Iran? Come talk to me. You believe that gas prices are down? Come talk to me. If you believe that we are legally in this war, come talk to me. If you disagree that Zionism and greed are the problem, come talk to me. Those are the topics today. If you disagree with me, join the panel and we will talk about it. Right, A Money, never over here. No, he's going to have some melanin. Oh, well, Frozo, you can do that. I'm just saying. Some folks had things to say, and yet when I brought them up, they had nothing to say. They left. So I'm going to bring some folks on the panel. Put yourself on mute until I get to you. If you tapped your way onto the panel by accident, right? Then let me know and I can take you down, or you can take yourself down. Whatever works for you. Yeah, Marky, the brown Jesus usually causes problems for people. What up, Jen the vet? What you got to say?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Not much. So everybody's focusing on what's going on in the Middle East with the U.S. bases. I think people are missing something that's happening in the EU with him trying to get troops out of Germany because we are, quote unquote, protecting Germany, when in reality we are in those bases to have quicker access to other countries. So by removing troops from there, we're putting our troops in the Middle East at more risk.
Yes, we are.
I mean, they're already at risk being over there for something that we shouldn't be doing anyways. But now you're going to put them at more risk, and bases that can't protect them. We're just sending them to bases with no kind of protection. Like, I'm up to my ears with this crap.
Yeah.
Like I said, the last couple of days have just been shit.
Yeah. So if you guys are not familiar, Jen and myself, we are both veterans. And Jen served, how many tours did you have, Jen?
I was in 12 years.
Yep.
I did tour to Afghanistan. I was in Germany for almost 2 years. I did multiple stateside tours.
Yeah. So there you go. So yeah. So when I think when those of us who have been in the military see what is happening with the military, we're like, the fuck? Right? So yeah, 100%. Yeah. None of this is good for our service members. They do not respect us 1 cent, and they give a damn about the lives of the people that are serving. Just so we're clear.
They don't give a damn about the lives of the people that are serving. They don't give a damn about the lives of the people that have served. Like, I'm fighting with the VA again about my compensation. I won't even call it a disability benefit. It's a workers' comp for them destroying my body for 12 years.
Yep.
And I'm fighting with them again. Why do I have to fight with them for something that I signed the contract for?
Correct.
Like, I held up my end of the bargain. So yeah.
100%. Yeah.
I'm here. I'm listening. I just had to get that off my
No
chest.
problem. Appreciate you, Jen. Let me see. So some other things that happen, because Frozen, I know you're going to be here for a minute, friend, but hold on a second. So let me just see. Michelle, did you mean to request that? Yeah. And so let me just be clear for the person in the comments that said, then you all basically gave them their power. No, I didn't. You really think my one little year of my one little 5 years of service is what gave the United States of America its power? No, that would be the Rothschilds. That would be them government ass loans to the United States of America. That would be the British, right? That would be the British who pretty much fucked up all of us. Thank you, right? It would be them. Just to be really fucking clear. And it's also important that you don't say that just because somebody served in the military that they did something, because you have no idea what that service was. Okay? Just to be clear. It's really important. Well, Dad, if you think I'm wrong, come tell me that I'm wrong. And please don't type in all caps. Like, real talk, all caps are reserved. I have some folks that are vision impaired, so please do not type in all caps. But if you believe that I'm wrong on everything above, come tell me about it. What up, Frozo? How you doing, friend?
I'm good. How are you doing, host? It's been quite some time. I've had a busy couple of weeks, so I'm just petrolly tired now. Haven't had time for anything for quite some time.
Yeah, I know. It has been a minute.
I wait for the holidays to come up so I can just travel. Just travel. But I've got quite a bit to say. I do have a meeting in like 25 minutes, but I just saw you. Just don't let me pop in and say hello.
Yes.
And one thing I do want to say, one thing that I really, really despise about a lot of politicians, or what I call them evildoers, they're people, or just people in general, this can also apply to people who are not involved in politics, right?
Mhm.
But these are the people who use God's name or the name of a revered figure in vain.
Yep.
They say, I am doing this in the name of so-and-so. I am doing this because so-and-so commanded it. And because this is obviously relevant for America, a lot of evangelical Christians claiming to do it so that Jesus can come down and bring about Armageddon and all of this.
Can I just say something that I think is so funny of that? Do you know how insanely narcissistic and egotistical you have to be to believe that you can manipulate Jesus coming back when you want him to?
That's literally what I was about to say. Hold on a sec. Who gave you that tape off to think that you can tell God when it's Armageddon? Who told you that? Who gave you the discombobulated idiocy to think that you can tell God when it's time for Armageddon?
It just cracks me up. I'm like, wait, like the book literally says you won't know, but you think you can make it happen when you want it?
You don't know when the hour is, but you're trying to make it happen. Are you tapped? Someone needs to put some screws, open up that brain and see if there's any substance in there. Because ain't no way you logicalize that you think that God is now going to blow the trumpet, okay, time for Armageddon because these lot are starting doomsday.
Yes.
No, that's not how it works. That's not how that works.
Oh my God. It's so wild to
Unless you are
me.
a prophet and you have dreams, and God gave you dreams to say, look, this is when this is going to happen. My boy, be quiet, sit down, live life, be good, and stop trying to play God.
Right.
It's that simple.
100%. 100%. Because it always makes me kind of chuckle because I'm like, do y'all realize how wild you look right now? Like, oh, I can manipulate Jesus into coming when I want him to. Like, what? Like, that's not the way it works.
You're trying to manipulate someone who can see the future.
Right.
That's what you're trying to do. Brain, people. Are you a time traveler?
Right.
Can you travel? Are you Doctor Who?
No.
In a TARDIS, in a time box?
Miss Cleo. That's who they are. You're not, I don't know if you know Miss Cleo, but Miss Cleo in the States was an old Jamaican, whatever I don't even know what accent she was throwing on it, but you used to be able to dial 911 and she could tell you the future. 999, but it might be like $1.99 for your first minute.
See the future. Yeah.
No, for the first minute. But no, for the first 5 minutes, and then 99 cents for every minute after that. Some shit, Creole, whatever. But we know.
Yeah. It's yeah.
It's wild.
That is just ridiculous.
That's insane. 100%.
You need to check yourself into an asylum. You need to get chucked into an island and just go and prophesy for yourself in that island and leave everybody else alone.
Well, according to Trump, all the asylums everywhere else around the world are now empty because they sent them all here. So we could just ship all of ours there.
Exactly. Ship all of yourselves over to all those empty asylums, paid for by your own money, right? And you can live out your luxury lives and you can prophesy and bring about your own rapture on the island and leave the rest of us alone.
100%. 100%.
Right.
Yep.
But what I really, really hate is people who claim to do things in the name of God.
Yeah.
In your own script, if you're a Christian, your own scripture, especially for those evangelical Christians, Jesus Christ, if upon him, literally says that people will come to him saying, Lord, Lord, we prophesied in your name. We cast out demons in your name. And what is his response? Away from me, I never knew you.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
So if you are a Christian, you should be thinking in your head, hold on a second. Am I one of those people saying that I'm casting out and prophesying in the name of Jesus Christ, and he is saying that away with you people?
Yep.
You should be thinking, am I one of those people?
100%. It's one of the things.
Unfortunately,
they're not asking themselves that question.
Unfortunately, they have the temperature IQ of an orange, so it's not really much you can do about that. And it's really, I have the same problem as a Muslim as well. I'm a Muslim myself.
Mm-hmm.
When, a lot of people say, oh, I'm doing this because the Quran says so, or it's in the Hadith, or the Prophet said so, or Allah says so, God says so. I want to backhand you straight to them. Who are you to speak for God? Are you his translator? Can you translate what God speaks into human speak? Who are you?
Right.
To tell me what God says and what he means and what he doesn't mean.
It's always interesting.
There's a reason why we have a tradition of differences of opinion within schools of thought, within Islamic scholarship, right? We literally have differences of opinion on everything. Most of the most prominent Islamic scholars disagreed on everything to do with religion, except for the basic fundamentals. They disagreed on everything else. So who the hell are you to come and tell me what's right and what's not right?
Right. Well, it's usually a particular group of people that believe they know what is right and what's not right.
It's always a particular group of people.
It's usually a particular group of people that believes that. So, Longhorns, I see that you followed me from yesterday from Royalties Live. So feel free to join the panel if you want to talk about Black men and voting. We can do that. And no, y'all, he's not a Black man. He's just asking. But Longhorns, if you want to talk to me about it, come on up to the panel.
What's wrong with black men voting? We should vote, man.
Oh no, he's talking. He's doing the whole like. No, he's not Blue Honey Pot. No, but he's doing the whole. Why did black men vote for this administration and all of that? So I just, if he would like to discuss it with me, then he can come to the panel. No, he's not black, y'all. He white.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's okay. He can come on and we can talk about it.
Yeah. That's. I mean, I'm not really much of an. I don't really know much about American social fabric or the political fabric, but I didn't know it's just as messed up as ours is in the UK. So there's that.
Yes.
I was looking at the polls actually this morning, and it looks like Reform is in the lead at the moment, although not all the votes have been counted. And Reform are the ones calling for essentially ethnic cleansing of ethnic minorities by dubbing them as illegals in the country, and they want to privatize healthcare, and they want to essentially get these digital ID that that all of the white supremacist racists are lopping up, calling it remigration, right?
Yep.
Right. So, they're in the lead at the moment. Labour is losing, unsurprisingly. The Green Party, which is like, I guess, the best option out of all of them at the moment, is doing really, really poorly at the moment. But that was as of 2 hours ago, so I'm sure the results are still coming in, and they'll probably be finalized tonight.
Yep.
Well, if Reform wins, at least I know that I'll be packing my bags within the next couple of months to go back home anyway.
Right, 100%.
No need to come and ethnically cleanse me. I will ethnically cleanse myself from UK and go back home.
Right, 100%. And so this is the thing that we've been talking about, and that I wish people really understood that what is happening in the United States of America is happening globally. So there's this thing that is happening all around the world, because historically speaking, just so everybody understands this, white people are the minority globally, and things have shifted in such a way that Black and brown people are in more places and positions of power than ever in history. And it is very likely that that countries like ours that have been historically white majorities that's going to be flipping soon. And so there is this concerted effort to hold on to as much white power around the world as possible. And so what you see here in the MAGA movement is what you see in the Reform movement in the UK and then in other places. And so it's important to understand that this is a global thing that is happening. And the majority of all of this is literally about maintaining power. That's what it is. It's the money, it's the power, it's the greed, and Zionism.
Claim it's about protecting British culture.
Oh, they say that here too. That's that white supremacy talk.
Right, I've had this debate with so many times. I'm like, can you define for me what do you mean by British culture?
I can.
You know what the average answer? Do you know what the typical answers I always get is? Do you know what it is?
Huh?
Going to the pub, raising the British flag.
Yeah.
And watching football.
Yeah, so I can tell you what British culture is. British culture for me is colonization, theft, G-side, international coups. Yeah. That's
right.
Yeah.
Creating artificial borders in other countries.
Yep.
Creating mass immigration by decimating those countries and then complaining
when they come here. Same as the US.
Yeah. I think complaining is definitely a massive part of British culture that the Americans they inherited.
Yeah.
Right? Because they were brought here by the British. Let's be honest. They were brought here by the British. The British allowed them to come here. So of course they would inherit the culture of complaining about other people.
Yeah. 100%.
And the passive aggressiveness, the fake niceness. Oh, I hate that. I hate fake nice people. I hate that.
Well, there's a lot of that.
I know you hate my existence, but you're faking me. Stop it.
Yeah.
That annoys me more than anything.
Yeah.
If you're going to be nice, be genuinely nice. Actually mean it.
Yeah,
Don't
no.
be fake nice.
Mm-mm. So that's the difference between being nice and being kind. Have you ever heard Trevor Noah talk about this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the difference is being nice is not the same thing as being kind. And what you and I want is authentic kindness. Niceness is surface level. And so people can be nice all the time because it's not authentic, it's not genuine, it's not real. Kind is something completely different. And so he talks about that. So anybody that wants to check it out at some point in time.
I can't even fake being nice. I can't even fake it. If I don't like you,
I just don't like
sit
you.
with you or talk with you. I'm not gonna sit with you or talk. You would know I don't like you.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
You would know I don't like you. Like, and if I like you, I'm gonna talk to you.
Yes.
I'm gonna want to be around you. I'm gonna come and see you all the time. I'm gonna say hi. I'm gonna be smiling at you. And I've been told I have the biggest smile.
Yeah.
That's my most prominent feature, I've been told. So if I'm smiling at you,
I like you.
You're in for a good day.
Yes.
Right.
Alaikum salam. So it's always funny to me when people go, well, I always thought you didn't like me. And I said, okay, so the fact that you are even remotely ambiguous about that tells me you have no clue, because if I did not like you, there would be no doubt. You would know clearly I don't like you. If you're not clear on it, I probably don't care one way or the other. Because when I like you, you know I like you. When I don't like you, you know that too. If there's uncertainty, that means I don't even have an opinion. Like, I don't care. You're not in a position for me to like or dislike. That's probably what that is. So
yeah, no, I make sure to not leave any ambiguity, right? And if I don't like you, you know I don't like you. If you exhaust me, you will know that you physically exhaust me, because I will not respond to you.
Right.
I will not respond to you.
100%.
I will respond to you much. I will have a delayed response. I'll still respond to you anyway, because I think it's quite courteous to respond to people when they message you. So I always make sure that I give time to respond to people. Even if I don't like you, I'll still respond to you.
Yeah. So people talk about it here all the time, Frozo. They're like, Dani, your face is facing. Because my face faces. And so it just tells you automatically. I do not have, there's no chance I would ever play poker and for big stakes, because
No, I suck at poker. I'm horrible. Okay, I'm either smiling or I'm stone faced. Right? If I'm stone faced, I've got a bad hand. If I'm smiling, I've got a good hand.
Yep.
No, I'm not. I can't play poker to save my life.
That's it, smooches. No face filter. I have no face filter, 100%. So that's why some of y'all be laughing when I'm listening to people on the panel, because y'all be like, Dani, it's the slow blink for me, or Dani, it's the yeah. People can usually tell. So yeah, 100%.
Coach, I'll play for you.
Yes. So all right. So let's see what else we got going here. Good morning, Ali King. How are you? I don't know what this is.
This is not surprising. You get.
I literally don't know what this is.
Feel free to drop him.
Because I don't even know what this is about. What is? I've never had this before. Frozo, this is because of you. This is because of you. Is that what it is? They dance for coins? I've never seen that. I've never seen that. Oh, I didn't. This is not a thing that I knew. Okay. Yeah, how do y'all know that? That's never happened on my live. He was on T-Dub's lives? Oh. Somebody tell him I wasn't being mean. I didn't know. I was like, so listen, I didn't know, because I was like, is he going somewhere with it? Shut up, Carla. Because here's my thing. Like, if people start dressing, I'm like, does his shirt have buttons? Is something about to happen? And yeah, I just was like, let me just ding ding just in case, because I didn't know where we were going with the dance.
I just drop them when that happens, because that's actually happened to me quite a few times. I just drop them. It's like,
yeah, Magic Mike. Yes, Cam. I didn't know if that's where we were going. Yeah. So see, like, I didn't know. I didn't know. So somebody can feel free to type it in Arabic that I didn't. He dances his ass off on Levito's live. I had no clue. Well, now I know. In Sri Lanka, they dance for tourists. Most
Yeah, he looks like he's Sri Lankan or like possibly Indian, I think.
okay. I gotcha.
He's not Arab. I don't think he's Arab. He's not Arab.
I gotcha. Yeah, see, I had no clue. Okay, got it. Okay. Well, now I know. Thanks for telling me, y'all, because listen, y'all think I'm kidding. When I get done with my live, I'm not on lives much. And I've never seen it. Shut up, Carla. Carla said I'm laughing so hard. I did not know, y'all. Like when we do ours, y'all know how we do ours. We just open up the panel and we know what we're doing because we know what we're doing. We know we're doing a panel. You know what I mean? So yeah. So Maja, Ronnie, why don't you come talk to me? Raja, isn't that your name? Raja Rani? Ain't that her name? Somebody tell me somebody. Yeah, Maja Rani. Why don't come talk to me? Come join the panel.
Just a quick last thing before I do go. I've got my meeting in about 7 minutes.
Okay, go.
I'll talk on the other prompt for a quick second. So, Zionism and greed are the biggest problem. I slightly disagree. I don't think it's Zionism and greed. I think it's what happens when you have a system of power that attracts the most corrupt people.
But I would say that Zionism and greed is what created the systems that we have.
Yeah, okay, John, that I agree with 100%. You created that system, right?
Yes.
But then before you can actually start addressing Zionism and greed, I really think you should also deal with the branches.
Yes.
You know what they say?
Yeah, it breaks off into the racism and the sexism and the ableism and all the isms. Yeah, 100%.
Once you deal with the little branches, then the big one has no power at the top. Its power relies on what we call
the branches on the bottom.
There's a really, really great. It's a Game of Thrones quote, right? And it was the conversation between Varys and Tyrion, where they were discussing power, the riddle, right? 3 men walk into a bar: the swordsmith, the king, and the third person, right? And who holds the power, right? And essentially the ending what Varys really said really stuck with me. He said, power lies where people think it lies. If you think it lies with the people,
yeah,
then it lies with the people.
Yeah.
If you think that power lies in the state, then it lies in the state. If you think power lies in money, then power lies in money.
Yeah.
So these people are able to keep their illusion of power because they're able to fool people into thinking they have all the power.
Correct. And they do not. The people have the power. 100%. Exactly. The people have the power. 100%. So, yep. Their power is an illusion.
Exactly. Get enough people to believe in the vision. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
For them to be able to, for example, mobilize the army is from the people. If the army believes that the government is corrupt and they go against orders, there's nothing that the generals can do. They can't order them to go and do it. They can't court-martial them. They can't throw them in prison.
Right.
Because guess what? Every system is made up from people from that same system.
Yep. I literally was almost going to do today. The background was going to be Trump as the emperor with new clothes.
I like that imagery.
Yes, that's what it was going to be. And then I was like, you know what? TikTok might get me. So maybe not.
Maybe.
I literally was going to have the mirror and him, and in the mirror he would be wearing a crown and like the king's, robe and all of that. And then the reality would be something very different with a nussie and everything. But I thought TikTok might not be.
I was yeah, they might not, but yeah, that's why the establishment spends so much money trying to keep up with that illusion. That's why they have what we call a disinformation budget or a propaganda budget.
Yep.
And they pay so much on the media, they pay so much into Hollywood, all to craft that illusion that they still have power over you.
100%. That's why Israel does Hasbara, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's literally called explaining. Explaining what? What are you trying to explain?
Right. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. So it's just really important for people to know. And yeah. No, I haven't heard of the boycott app. I'm sure it's like there's several different apps that tell you like what companies to not buy from and all of those.
I've got some on my phone, and I've been faithfully keeping up with my boycotts, my Starbucks, my Nike. I don't even wear branded clothing anymore.
Yeah, I don't do Starbucks anymore.
I've never looked back from Starbucks, never looked back from Subway, never looked back from McDonald's.
I
actually go to the ethnic shops for my shopping now. It's just the ethnics I go to.
Yeah.
The Syrians, the Lebanese, the Pakistanis, the Bengalis, the Nigerians. That's where my shopping is at now.
100%.
I don't know nowhere else.
There you go. Yeah. Okay. So Cam, can I get you to really quickly give me a break so that I can refill my water and all the things, and then I will be right back.
I will see you later, host.
All right. Appreciate you, Frozo.
If I finish in time, I might come back.
Sweet.
Jump on the panel.
I will be here.
I shall see you in hopefully 30 minutes.
Okay. Appreciate you. I'll be here. Oh, I'll be here in 30 minutes for sure.
Oh, okay. Then I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Okay.
I shall see you then.
Yep. Sounds good. Yep. 100%. No, y'all literally, like, real talk. I am downing the water. And so I do need more water, but I also need to do what happens when you down all the water. This should not be hard. I'll be right back.
I was like, girl, just accept me. Go on. Happy Friday, everyone. Yeah, Red Hot. No, not you, girl. You still on a little timeout until, I don't know. Dani will figure it out. You want timeout for at least another month, or at least another week or two. Happy Friday, everyone. Thanks, Frozo, for popping up here. It's always great when you're able to pop up. We appreciate everything you share, and you guys, I love listening to your conversations with Dani. So thanks for popping up. Hopefully you're able to pop back up later and join the conversation. Sorry, Rach, maybe not a month. I don't know. Sorry, Red Hat girl. I don't know. At least another week, okay? At least another week. You're on probation for a little bit longer, but it's okay. We love her. Hey, Carla. What was I going to say? Please go ahead and send your daily heart me if you haven't already done that. On the top left-hand corner, that lets Dani and then it lets TikTok know that we're live and engaged and we're all tapping away. Yes, your ankle. My ankle monitor is still on. Yeah, girl. Yes. Yes. Coolest mom. I am firm with my little timeouts, but it's okay. She's going to come out and be back on the panel in no time, guys. Don't worry, because I know when it comes to those Pally panels, she's gonna be looking to want to hop up here with Raja. So
she is.
We're gonna let her out soon, but
right now her ass is on house arrest.
Right? She said she had an ankle monitor. I'm like, yes, she just found a little timeout. Okay, she's gonna come. She's gonna come back up in no time. Just a couple more days or weeks.
Because, so for those of you guys over here that have no idea what we're talking about, so one day Cam was I think Cam was on the treadmill, and so Cam couldn't come up and give me a little moderator's break, and so Red Hot came up instead of Cam. And y'all know how TikTok is. You have to use friendly language. And Red Hot was talking about how she was kind of all over the place and she did something that just wasn't real smart. And she used a a word that we don't use anymore when we talk about being mentally different. She used a word about herself, and she immediately goes, "Oh, I'm sorry," right? It just like flew out of her mouth before she thought about it. And I came back, and TikTok had different. She has been violated. Remove Red Hot. I said, "Girl, what the fuck did you say?" Well, I was literally gone like 2 minutes.
Yeah. I heard the sound at the time, but I didn't know that's what that sound was. Like it was like a unique sound, but now I know what that sounded like. I remember now.
Yeah.
So if I hear that, I will just drop somebody if you're away.
Yeah, she had an 80s moment for real. So she was.
No worries.
Yeah, but
moment.
I appreciate you can. Yeah, so we put Red Hot in timeout. We said no mod announcements for you right now. Can you see my awesome shirt? You can. So this is for Project for the People. See my shirt? And we have them in all different kinds of colors. And then on the back, it has the QR code so people can scan it. So yeah, that's what we do. I do love TikTok for flagging her for that. 100%.
Whisper wanted to come up and talk about some website.
Yeah, it's the Pally Youth Movement. I know she does. I wanna finish this part first before we get to that. You got yours yesterday, Ethan. Love that for you. Yay. Okay, but thank you, Cam. Appreciate it. Yeah, Bobby Whispers. Let me get through this Iranian stuff first and this report. Okay. Thanks, Cam. So Young Klish, the link to the merch is in my link tree. It's the second link on the link tree. Georgia, same answer. It is the second link in my link tree where the merch is. So you can see it, and there's a ton of stuff on it. There's Project for the People merch. There's also Danikin's merch that's up there. Sandy and Laronica have done an incredible job putting all of that together and launching it for me because this girl had nothing to do with it. They just was like, here, you have shirts now. And I was like, great, because I had no idea. So appreciate them. But that's how you do it. All right. So things that are important, right? So I don't take any of the, I have Cash App personally, but Veronica and Sandy can ask you questions about methods of payment because I don't know any of the answers to that. It all goes through Veronica. I should know things, but I don't. And let me just tell y'all, so like they've even put together payment plans for people because we know what life is like right now. Okay. All right. But so this is really important information that I want you all to remember, right? Like for real. I think it's incredibly important. Okay. This report that I'm talking about, right? The only Denikins I saw was the Tree of Life, Veronica. That's the only one. Okay. But listen, this report that came from U.S. intelligence, these are the big takeaways. Okay, I'll check it out, Veronica. These are the big takeaways that I really want you to remember, to stick with, to stay on. So number one, the first thing is that we actually asked two of the largest commercial satellite companies to either delay or restrict their high resolution satellite imagery of the Middle East 2 weeks into this war. So that is the first thing that I want you to take away, that I want to resonate with you, that I want you to remember, because that tells me we're talking about intentional deception, right? We are talking about intentional issues. And so what are the things that happened in the first 2 weeks, right? So after the first 2 weeks, what did we do? And what were we investigating, you guys? 2 weeks into this war with Iran, what were we starting to talk about? Investigations were being done about what? Nope, not about the files. What was they were going to start investigating what? Nope. I want y'all to listen to me. Why would the United States of America want the two largest commercial satellite companies? Yes, Mel's. Nope. Mel's has got it. The school. It was the school bombing. That's what it was. It was the school bombing, y'all. It was the schools. Absolutely. Bobby, I didn't see your comment. Sometimes TikTok be doing it. I didn't see it, Bobby. All I saw was, honey, I had people saying e-files. I had people saying Venezuela. All of those things, right? It filtered it, probably so. So think about that in relation to the war in Iran, right? So they asked the two largest high resolution satellite companies to delay or restrict access to their satellite imagery for the US, for the Middle East. Why would that be? Why wouldn't they want us to have that high resolution imagery? I think one would be those schools. And I think two is they did not want us to see the damage that had been done to those US bases. Because if you remember, when Iran was saying, hey, we hit this base and whatever, we were being told, oh no, nothing happened. We're fine, it hasn't been bad, whatever. Right? And in fact, what we know is that that's not the truth. That is in no way, shape, or form the truth, right? So in this report, the experts show that the Iran's strikes have actually destroyed or damaged at least 228 structures or pieces of equipment at least 15 out of the 17 US bases across the Middle East. Okay. And this is based on satellite imagery. The US official said that Iran had caused, quote unquote, extensive damage to a key US Navy base in Bahrain, forcing us to relocate the headquarters to CENTCOM in Tampa, Florida, right? And so we also reported that Iran had hit at least 16 US bases and damaged high value targets. So what would be, and this is just, I want y'all to just get your wheels turning when we think about what would be high value targets at these US bases. The strikes reportedly hit US aircraft, hangars, barracks, radar and air defense systems, communication equipment, and fuel depots. Those are high value targets. Aircraft, hangars, barracks, radar and air defense systems, communication equipment, and fuel depots. The Iranian air threat to several of the bases in the Middle East caused commanders to move most of the personnel. And we know they were operating from hotels. Okay. We had asked them to either request to limit or withhold releases of that satellite imagery. The other part of this that is super important is that 109 Iranian released satellite images of our damaged bases were determined to be authentic when they were cross-referenced with EU satellites and commercial imagery. So imagine you are a company that has the 109 satellite images from Iran. You then cross-reference them against the EU, right? Against Europe's satellite imagery, and then commercial imagery that you're able to access online. And when you cross-reference them, all of them can be verified, right? So what's really interesting is that 19 of those images were found to be inconclusive, but none of them were manipulated. None of them were manipulated. So when they tell you that Iran is lying, that these aren't happening, what we know is that their imagery has been verified and they are not lying because they haven't manipulated a single one of those images. Okay. Here's where it gets a little juicy, if you will. According to those experts in this report, The damage from Iranian attacks on US bases demonstrates that Washington underestimated Tehran's abilities because the US military at those bases was unprepared for those drone strikes. Mark Kansian, who's a senior advisor with the Washington-based Center for Strategic and International Studies, which is an international security program, told the Post that, quote, the Iranian attacks were precise, adding that, quote unquote, there are no random craters indicating misses. So what does that mean, folks? I want you all to hear what they're saying. The Iranian attacks are precise. There is nothing that indicates a single miss. In other words, they're not wasting their arsenal. If they are striking, they are effective. They are hitting their targets. According to the analytics that are cited in the report, Iran's strikes on U.S. bases didn't significantly harm Washington's ability to strike Iran, but in one attack, an Iranian F-5 fighter jet bombed a U.S. base in Kuwait. The U.S. bases Iran hit during the war included 3 bases in Kuwait, including the U.S. Army's regional headquarters, equipment, and radars from a THAAD, T-H-A-A-D, anti-ballistic missile defense system in Jordan. 3 bases in Bahrain, including a U.S. Navy base and 2 air bases, as well as the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Right? I'm just going to take the trash out real quick. Okay. Iranian drones, quote unquote, have small payloads, but are, quote unquote, more difficult to intercept and much more accurate, making them a bigger threat to U.S. forces. The other thing that's really interesting, though, is that these drones also cost a lot less for Iran to make, right? And that's really important. Born in the USA, you are inaccurate and don't know what you're talking about. And if you want to discuss the 47 years, then come talk to me about it. If you want to talk about the history of Iran and that 47 years that you're quoting, please come on here and we can have a respectful conversation about it because you are inaccurate. Yeah, you're welcome, Scott. I do what I can. All right. Next. No, I don't think we want to know, Scotty. But I do know that today is really important. I respect the fact that you read what you wrote. Nobody thought that they were a pushover. I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm not reading what I wrote. This is a report from U.S. intelligence experts. So I didn't write this. This is what U.S. intelligence reports. Yeah, not my opinion, sir. But your thought that Iran's been doing something to us for 47 years is inaccurate, right? So if you want to have a respectful conversation about Iran and the United States of America and our history, then I would love for you to join the panel so we could do that. Because I don't like going back and forth in the comments. It's not productive. Sheila, yeah, I'm aware that the Virginia Supreme Court overturned it and it will just continue to go through the process, right? It'll go to a federal court, and then it'll continue going through the court system. K-Mac, again, let's talk about why that happened and when that happened. I sent you an invitation to join the panel, K-Mac. Do you want to talk about that? Do you want to talk about when it happened and why it happened? I think it's really important that when we say somebody did a thing, right? Because I'm going to tell you what you sound like right now. You sound like, oh, my brother hit me. And what you didn't say is you punched your brother in the fucking face first. Right? You understand? You're talking about what your brother did, but you're not talking about what happened first. So if you want to talk about it, yeah, we can talk about why Iran kidnapped civilians and held them. Yeah, we can do that. 100%. So come to the panel. We know when it was. It was shortly after the Islamic Revolution of 1979. I believe in 1980, 81, somewhere around in there. But join the panel, though, if you really want to talk about the facts. And if you don't join the panel, it just indicates to me that you don't actually want to talk about facts and you're just here to be a distraction, right? And it was one of those drones that reportedly killed 6 U.S. soldiers in Kuwait in March. Okay? So the thing that's really important for us to take away, so the things that stick out to me, it's not just how much our government is withholding about the efficiency of Iran and the amount of damage that Iran has done to U.S. bases and to U.S. citizens and all of that, right? It's not just that. It's so what I think is what sticks out to me is that, oh, it's not just that you're not being transparent and that you're not telling me the truth, but you were proactively attempting to keep the truth from me. So what has now come out in May could have come out in March if you had not asked the 2 largest satellite, high resolution satellite companies to limit or withhold release of it, right? That to me is the part that's even more important than what we just found out, because one indicates that the government of the United States of America proactively sought to deceive the American people. And it reminds me of the actions that were taken, right? The $150,000 that was paid to Stormy Daniels to delay or prevent the release of the information about Trump and before the election, right? There's an intentional deceit for the gain of the president of the United States, just like there was for the election. And so it's just really important that we don't miss that. I think it speaks volumes. Right, Rachel, when we thought it was other countries that did it, but surely not the United States of America. When in fact, it was 100% us. Right? What's up, Scott? All right, folks, when I bring you up to the panel, do me a favor, put yourself on mute until I get to you. Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Born in the USA. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Well, okay, so what's important, it's not that so when you say she was a joke, he paid her off and then she came back and ran her mouth. So it's important to understand that it was a legal court case where she was required to tell the truth. So that's not called coming back and running your mouth. It's called telling the truth under oath, which you're supposed to do. Right? So that doesn't make her a joke. It actually makes him a joke that as a candidate, he had to pay off a porn star because he didn't want the American people to find out about what he did so that he could win an election. right? Like that's the part. It makes him a joke. It makes his candidacy a joke. No worries, Tina. Right, while his wife was having a baby. Yeah, agreed, Ethan. At this point, agreed. So, like, this is the part that gets me. Like, I'm not sure, like, how you come to the conclusions that you have. Yeah. So, but again, born in the USA, if you want to talk about it, join the panel. We can have a respectful conversation. I don't know why this is difficult for people. Y'all are wild. And I don't know if you all have noticed something. Out of all of them that are in the comments, jippity jipping, what they're not doing is coming to the panel to discuss the facts. Right? To me, that's telling. You know, y'all are wild. Absolutely wild. Okay. 100%. 100%. Now let me look really quickly at this other. Nope, I don't want you. That's true. Um, um, hmm. So this one gives a little bit more detail. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit more detail if you guys are ready. Okay. So talking about this same report, right, where they said the 228 structures or pieces of equipment at U.S. military bases across the Middle East, right? The report said that the scale of the damage was significantly wider than what the U.S. government had publicly acknowledged. The damage was identified at 15 U.S. military sites in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. There were 217 damaged or destroyed structures and 11 damaged pieces of equipment. And that would include the hangars, the barracks, the warehouses, the fuel depots, the aircrafts, the radar systems, communication sites, and air defense assets, right? The report also said that some of the heaviest damage was concentrated at naval support activity in Bahrain, which hosts the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet headquarters, and at Kuwait-based facilities, the Ali Al Salam Air Base, the Camp Arajafen, and Camp Buring, I think, right? K-Mac, stop lying or I will mute you because you're lying, right? And so I don't do disinformation in this space. I don't give a fuck where your people are. I'm yes, J-O, and I will. So I'm waiting for you. Okay, Matt, come join the panel. Because I don't do disinformation. When you say my people are there right now, your people are not at fucking 15 different bases at the same time. Are your people like Doctor Strange? Are they going through the multiverse? No, you are incorrect. I'm just saying. I don't care if you're military. I'm a veteran. Yeah, he's in the multiverse. That's how they're at all 17 bases at the same time. It's just crazy. And so, just so that people know, Planet Labs is one of the satellite imaging firms, right? And on April the 5th, they had reported, they had said that they would, quote unquote, indefinitely withhold visuals of Iran and the region of conflict in the Middle East to comply with a request from the US government. Listen, California based Planet Labs PLN announced the decision in an email to customers and said the US government had asked all satellite imagery providers to, quote, indefinitely withhold images of the conflict region. Quote, due to the conflict in the Middle East, the US government has requested all satellite imagery providers voluntarily implement an indefinite withhold of imagery in the designated area of interest, which is the AOI. The restriction expands upon a 14-day delay on imagery that was imposed in March. So in March, we originally said just delay. And then by the end of March, we said hold it indefinitely. And so Planet Labs announced in an email to its customers that they would withhold that imagery dating all the way back to March 9th, and that it expects the policy to remain in effect until the conflict ends. So feel free to look it up. Yeah. I still don't see I don't see Mac Daddy coming up here. Okay, Mac, come on now. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at now? If you want to go and take a ride with me, come on, K-Mac, come on. Ain't nobody got time to be waiting on you. Why do I feel this? Hey, must be the money. Come on, K-Mac. No, I didn't think so. Just okay, so let me see if this is nope, I don't want that one. Where's the report that I had? Yeah. So here's what has happened is that the Iranian state affiliated outlets nevertheless continue to publish high resolution images purporting to show damage at US sites. And as we know, based on the other report, none of those images were found to have been manipulated by Iran, and they were determined. Only 19 of them were inconclusive, right? So this report came because in April, Iran said that they had secretly acquired a Chinese-built spy satellite, which gave Tehran a new ability to monitor U.S. military bases across the Middle East during the war. And supposedly it was acquired in late 2024. In a later report, Beijing dismissed those claims, right? And said it wasn't true. Let me just look and see if there's anything else that we need to pull out of this. There's not. Okay. So let me just give you all this. The fact that we keep having trolls or bots come in that are saying, oh, US bases are fine, or Iran has been defeated, that tells you that what I'm telling you is actually the truth, because that is why they're in here. Because if it was fine, you don't have to run around into lives and say, oh, no, it's fine, right? No, that means they're really not fucking fine. Again, they always tell on themselves. Appreciate it, Don One. They always tell on themselves. Always. Jay, why don't you come on up to the panel and chat about it? Okay, Carla. Good morning, Jay. How are you?
Very well, yourself?
I'm doing fantastic. So you said that Iran is defeated.
Correct.
Okay, so can you share with me what you based that statement on?
Simply the blockade. If they're not defeated, why don't they break the blockade? They can't get any revenue into their country, losing $430 million a day. The real is now at 1.8 million real to the US dollar. They are bleeding to death.
So
the only way they're alive right now is because the ITRC will cut your head off if you dispute them.
So Jay, actually, a couple of things. So Iran has the ability to withstand that blockade for an additional 3 to 4 months. And what they've also done as a result is they have worked with Pakistan. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but they have actually developed 6 trade routes on land to take things from, to take things from the Pakistani ports into Iran and to take things from Iran out the Pakistani ports. So they are not bleeding revenue. They are perfectly fine.
Actually, you're wrong about that. From the standpoint of their revenue is based on their ability to pump oil into tankers and ship it to China. Most of it to China, and a good chunk to Europe as well. They cannot do that. Their system now is pressurizing. They probably have 20 to 30 days left before their complete pipeline is completely pressurized to the point they've either got to shut down production or they're going to over-pressurize in their system.
And so give me your source for that.
I'm a petroleum engineer.
But I didn't ask what you do. I asked, what is your source? Have you worked on Iran's oil?
Yes.
Okay, so where?
I've worked all through the Middle East.
Okay, but you worked in Iran.
Before the Iraq War, I did.
Okay, and so share with me what you did for them.
Well, I was a piping designer.
So you designed piping? And how long ago was that? Because the Iraq War was in 1980, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you were in Iran at the beginning of the Islamic Revolution in 1980. So that means you effectively don't have any up-to-date information for the last 50 years as to what's happening in Iran.
That's not true, because you don't think they had to have repairs done to their system. Both Iraq and Iran hired us out to do repairs to their system. There's nobody else in the world that knows this better than the people in Texas. It's where all originated from.
That's actually not true.
Money covers everything.
So, but there are people that know it better than in Texas. And the problem that this administration has, the problem that this administration has is they actually gutted our energy department and let go of about 90% of the energy department and the people that had the relationships with the oil and gas experts in the companies in the Middle East.
So what's your point?
Well, I do. I can show you. Hold on a second. I do. So like this, when I say something, it's because I can show you it for real. So give me one moment. Okay, so there's a couple of different links that I can give you. But if I just give you the top 3, actually, let's do 4. Okay, so one is going to be The Independent. The second is going to be Notice, and Notice it's like, I don't know if you've ever read the SCOTUS blogs and news, but they're made up of judges and clerks that actually know what the Supreme Court does, and notice is similar to that. There's also an article in Fortune, and then there's also one in the New Republic. And so here's what I'm going to give you. Doge cut the State Department's oil and gas experts just months before war in Iran sent prices through the roof, this report outlines, right? This is what's absolutely wild is this one, the one that's in notice, those folks that were let go actually spoke. So let me give it to you. So 6 months before going to war in Iran, the U.S. government cut staff that would have been central to the current situation. As the war in Iran stretches into its third week, because this was from March the 17th, and the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, the U.S. government is without the resources it once had to handle such crises. Former State Department employees tell Notice. In July of 2025, as part of President Trump's Reduction in Force initiative, the administration laid off staff who would have been responsible for gaming out possible scenarios if the Strait of Hormuz was closed. The agency let go of staffers with close professional relationships at oil and gas companies in the Middle East and experts that were tasked with maintaining diplomatic contacts at foreign energy bureaus. Quote, I'm sure Secretary Rubio wishes he had that expertise available today, said Jeffrey Pyatt, who served as Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources during the Biden administration. Most of the institutional knowledge was lost with the elimination of the Bureau and the rifts last fall. When 1,300 people working at the State Department were cut last summer, the only people left from the agency's Bureau of Energy Resources were those who worked on critical minerals and clean energy, the administration told Congress when notifying lawmakers of the rifts. In a statement, the Department of State told Notice that the Bureau of Economic, Energy, and Business Affairs is coordinating the release of strategic reserves with allies and partners in response to Iran's attacks, right? Notice spoke with 9 former oil and gas experts across the State Department, the Treasury Department, Energy Department, and National Security Council, all of whom were either laid off by the Trump administration or left their respective agencies within the last 6 months. All 9 oil and gas experts granted anonymity to speak without the authorization of their current employers, and because of their ties to family members and friends still at the agency, told Notice that they believe the Trump administration's lack of preparation for a global oil crisis is becoming increasingly clear. With nowhere to send or store their oil and gas, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, and Qatar have started to slow and in some cases entirely halt production. Iran has also retaliated against the U.S. and Israeli strikes by attacking oil and gas infrastructure in the Gulf region. We all know this at the time. Oops, let me move this. Okay, so the former staffers say that previous administrations used to prepare for these exact scenarios. Quote, before any of this should have happened, there should have been discussion about what are the implications of this, what happens when the Strait of Hormuz turns off, said one former Bureau of Energy Resources staffer. The State Department's Energy Bureau used to model the risks to infrastructure in the region, 3 former officials said. They would have estimated how long countries like Qatar and the UAE could go before they started to have to reduce oil and gas production, and then they would measure the value of backup plans, such as the oil pipeline that stretches across Saudi Arabia. And so this report continues, but they all talk about being let go, no longer be there, and the problem. And the second part of that is that we also got rid of a program called the, and I can't remember the exact words, but it is the Civilian Center, the Center for Civilian Excellence, right? And so this was a department that had been created and was hitting the ground, which we actually had a veteran that talked about this. They shut down that entire department. And so that entire department's focus was to make sure that we did not kill civilians in our attacks on people. And so we shut that down. And the very first thing that we did was hit a girls' school because we were using outdated intelligence that wasn't up to par. So when I say, Jay Clowery, that I am very familiar with this and the up-to-date information, It's because I do my due diligence. I'm not talking about something that I believe because of something I saw 50 years ago.
You're using, but you're following leftist leaning.
No, I'm not. Notice is not leftist leaning.
Yes, they are.
No, it's not. You don't even know Notice. Tell me what Notice stands for, please, sir.
I know I don't know Notice, but I know you, and I know what you will.
You don't know me.
Well, I see what you're putting on here.
No, you see that I am giving you. So again, hold on. You said you are talking about Matt Randolph is. Oh, you're asking him who Matt Randolph is. Anyway, so you said, oh, you're following leftist leaning, but yet I'm reading something that you don't know anything about.
Well, I know I can see what your points are.
That doesn't mean that they're. So the points are facts, and so the facts aren't leftist leaning. The facts are the facts.
No, they're not. They're opinions.
No, they're not. These are literally the people that worked in the Bureau of Energy.
Do you think they know everything?
I think they know that 1,300 members of their colleagues were let go. Okay. And I think they know more than you do about what the state of the Department of Energy is.
How do you know that?
Have you worked in the Department of Energy in the last 6 months?
What's your name?
Have you worked in the Department of Energy in the last 6 months, sir?
What is your name? So I can address you properly.
Well, my name is at the top.
Dani. Okay, sorry about that.
No worries. So my question for you is, Jay, is have you...
My name is Joe, by the way. So.
Okay, Joe, I'm just reading your name on TikTok. So, no. Joe, have you worked for the Department of Energy in the last 6 months?
I have not.
Okay, so then when I say that these people know what's happening and know what has happened in the Department of Energy, right? Because they literally have worked there, then I would be accurate, right?
Yeah, exactly. I have no problem with what you read. I have no problem to let those people go.
But you literally just said to me that what I read to you was leftist leaning, even though all it was is those people's. But Joe, that was there. They literally work there. I'm telling you what the people who work there have said.
Okay, so here's my point. My point is, do you think those people that let go know everything that's going on in the government relative to what they worked at? There's other things going on behind the scenes, is what I'm saying, they don't know about. Do you understand where I'm coming from on that?
No, because Joe, this was literally their job to know.
I know, but they don't know everything that's going in the background.
No, but they do. So if they are the people, but Joe, follow me. If it's my job, right? If it's my job to know energy and oil and gas in the Middle East, and I know in the past when we have gone to war in the Middle East and when we have attacked anybody in the Middle East, this is the process that we go through. And I know what my responsibility is, and I know what this team's responsibility is, and I know what this team is. Then yes, I do know. I do know what is supposed to happen. And that's literally their job.
Security clearance. You know what top secret security clearance is?
Yeah, I had a top secret SCI security clearance.
So which level is that?
It's a level higher than top secret.
Okay.
Yeah, so SCI means sensitive compartmental information, which means I worked in a skiff.
Okay. And so what department did you work for?
In the United States Army.
So you're Army?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I know people through my family that are working at higher levels. They were military intelligence through Iraq, Afghanistan. They work directly with Palantir. There are systems that are being used at this moment. I'm sure you're aware of being developed that are being deployed at the moment. So what I'm saying is not everything is that it appears to be. If it was, then you would see the Americans backed out right now.
No, you wouldn't.
Right now, well, look, here's the reason why I said that. What is the price of oil today, a barrel? What's the price of a barrel of West Texas crude today on the market? What, 100?
Are you talking about Brent? Are you talking about Brent crude?
I'm talking West Texas intermediate sweet crude or North Sea.
But I mean, Brent crude is what we would be going by.
Okay, what is it running right now?
I didn't look today. The other day it was over 120.
It started going under 100. So what is it now?
It didn't start going under 100. I mean, it was 120 the other day.
What is it today, though?
It is 101.
Okay, so it's dropped 20% or 15%.
Right, but here's
Why do you think that's dropping?
Well, I think it's dropping because, so here's what's been happening for the last couple of months, Brent, right? Joe, so here's what's been happening for the last couple of months is whenever we say, oh, we're going to have a ceasefire or, oh, we're going to get to the end, then you'll see a slight dip. And then guess what happens? Then somebody bombs somebody or somebody says, no, we're not going to have it. And then it goes up, right?
But then you saw yesterday. Yesterday we actually had shots fired, right?
So
we had small boats attacking the destroyer. The destroyer backed out, and then we bombed part of Card Island yesterday. So most people would say that broke ceasefire, but yet the price of oil dropped $20 a barrel.
No, not in one day. It didn't. No, it didn't.
Well, yesterday, what was it? You said 120 yesterday, right?
No, I said it has been running 120, but I haven't looked at it. That's what I said.
I thought you meant that. So it's 101 now. It's been up to 120. Now, here's the thing. It was supposed to be going up to $200 a barrel.
No, and that is a projection. That is a projection, right?
Correct.
And it's not a projection for today. And what we know is that the cost that we're seeing today isn't because of what's happening immediately today, right?
The traders work. The traders work on what happens. They're trying to hedge their position, right? Nobody's making the decision on today. They're making the decision on where it's going, where they're hedging, because everybody's trying to hedge their supply, right? You can't afford to not have a supply, so you're going to pay whatever it takes to keep your airlines flying, you keep your truck lines running, all these things, because you've got a whole country you got to feed. The whole world is running off of fuel, right? If you don't have diesel, people are going to starve all over the world. So you've got to have a supply of energy. Now, 20% of the world's crude has been shut off, but the price of a barrel of oil is still under 100. Why is that?
So let me just I'm going to give you what the report, and this is from CIA analysis. So whoever your family is that has this security clearance and...
Well, I want to talk about the thing because I don't want to get anybody in trouble. Right?
Well, I'm just telling you, go ask them.
Okay.
Because here's what it is. The CIA, there was a CIA analysis that was leaked yesterday. I don't know, somebody message him and tell him to come here. So they literally, the key findings of this report was that Iran can survive this blockade for an additional 3 to 4 months, that they have retained 70% of its missile stockpile and 75% of its mobile launchers still. Meanwhile, we have blown through over 1/3 of our Tomahawks, and we did that in the first 30 days, right? They have actually restored most of their underground storage facilities. And so this is what people don't understand. They are not hurting, Joe. They're not.
So why is the real at 2 million? Why is it 2 million to the dollar? It was 42,000 previously, before all the commotion started. It was 42,000. It's now 1.8 million Iranian riyals US dollars.
Yeah, but so I'm not talking about money and the dollar and what that is. What I'm talking about is the reality of the war that we are in, right?
What I'm talking about is it's economic war.
But
right?
what you said
They're
was...
trying to choke off the world. They're trying to shut down the world economy, and we're trying to shut down their economy, right? That's where we're at right now.
But Joe, here's what you said. When you first, the reason that I invited you to this panel is the very first thing that you said was that Iran is defeated. And I said, no, they are not. Right?
Well, I said they are. I still say they're defeated.
Well, and so if Iran is defeated, why isn't the Strait of Hormuz open?
Because that's a little bit more complicated.
No, not if Iran is defeated. It's not.
As a military power, Iran is defeated.
No, because if they were defeated, you could safely go through the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay. So let's say that you've got pirates, which is what we have there now.
No, we don't have pirates.
Well, that's what the IRGC is.
No, they are not. The IRGC is the government of Iran.
No, it's
Pirates
not.
would be the
It's not.
IDF that kidnapped people off the coast of Greece. Those are pirates.
No, the pirates are the Muslims that are attempting to gain ransom from these.
So I want to point out two different things about what I said versus what you said. So Joe, here's what I said. I said the pirates are the people, the members of the IDF that kidnapped people. Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish, Joe. Let me finish.
I want you to don't use the acronym. Use what it stands for.
Well, no, you don't get to tell me how to say something. Okay.
Well, I don't know what IDF is.
Okay, so it's Israeli's forces. That's Israel's forces. Okay.
All right.
All right. So what I said is that the real pirates are the Israeli forces that intercepted 22 boats off the coast of Greece, more than 600 miles away from their borders, kidnapped those people, beat them, tortured. Like, we literally have pictures of them, some of them Americans. Okay. And so that is called an act of piracy. That is kidnapping, right? So that's who they are. And I want to show you the difference is I said the Israeli forces. But hold on.
Wartime combatant, that's not.
No, so listen. No. The boats that they intercepted were not military boats. They're boats with aid. They are civilians on them, and they have like food and baby formula and diapers. They're not military. They are from different countries around the world. And they are what? No. People are coming from Italy. People are coming from the US. They are civilian boats.
So they're not combatants.
No, they are not combatants. They are regular people. It's a flotilla. And so what Israel did was their military forces intercepted those boats 600 miles off the coast of Israel.
I don't know anything about that.
But so it just happened last week. It literally just happened last week. And so when you say to me, when you start to talk about pirates, no, what really is pirate activity would be what Israel just did to those civilians that were simply bringing aid to people. Hold on a second, Joe, let me finish, right? And they kidnapped those people. And I literally know one of them personally. My friend Geraldine can show you the bruises where she was beaten by Israeli soldiers on the boat in the water. She rode in the truck when they had to take somebody to the hospital so that they did not die. Like, I literally know who I know. And she's an American citizen. She is an American citizen on that boat.
Right.
And we've seen the pictures of her bruises. So when you talk to me about piracy, right? What Israel just did off the coast of Greece in international waters where they have no authority, that's an act of piracy. That's an act of terrorism. Well, hold on. I will show you. Hold on, because I like for people to see what I'm talking about. So give me 1 second. They're still holding two of the members of the flotilla, as a matter of fact, Tiago and Safe. And so they are still holding them. So hold on 1 second.
I don't watch Fox News. One of these comments and
yeah, I just ignore the comments. So this is two of the people. This is one of the people that was on, and these are just flotilla people, right? They were just bringing aid. And I don't want to subscribe to the BBC. Hold on 1 second. I don't want to subscribe. But see, like, so look, so like even. I don't have a problem. I understand. But you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, look. What I was saying is that.
Look, this is the beatings. Look how they did these people. And these are civilians. This is my point, right? And I'm happy to talk about anything, but I think it's important that that
Look,
we
I
not.
don't agree with everything Israel says or does. I just want some sort of statue of Jesus down.
Yeah, and that was an Israeli force. That was an Israeli soldier. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, and Danny, look, I'm not doing this for defending Israel in this. What I'm concerned about is for America is for Iran to get enough fissile material where they can make nuclear warheads and put it on a ballistic missile and then threaten the United States.
But so let me just say this, okay? Number one, if you read the last IAEA report on Iran in 2017, hold on one second, let me finish. Their last report in 2017, when we were still under the JCPOA, they stated that Iran was completely complying. And I can pull up the report and I can show you.
I know, but let me ask you a question.
Sure.
How did they get their enrichment levels so high if they were in compliance?
Well, so number one, that's been 6 years ago. We pulled out of the JCPOA in 2018. Right. So you don't think in 6 years they know what to do? And so if you remember, remember
they issued a fatwa.
No, the fatwa. So here's what the fatwa is, and this is important. Okay. So, and I appreciate you having this conversation with me. But so first, the fatwa was that they had zero desire to develop a nuclear weapon. Do you know what Iran uses their enriched uranium for? No. Because I do. Okay. So hold on, and I'm going to show you. It's really wild. So a year ago, BBC Monitoring did a report. And so they have used their enriched uranium for medical, industrial, cancer research, new. So let me show you. So they produced technetium 99, which is a it's a radioisotope for medical imaging and cancer detection. 20% enrichment requires fuel, right, to develop those isotopes. I'm telling you what they've used it for. So here's the difference. Iran, when they issued a fatwa, there's two different types of fatwa. One is religious. The other can also be governmental. And so when the Ayatollah issued a fatwa and said, we will not use a nuclear weapon because it literally violates their religion, it violates their belief system, and they will not do it. That is something that they take extremely seriously. And if you remember, under the Nuclear Proliferation Agreement, part of that agreement said that one of the agreements was nobody that had nuclear weapons was going to make any more. And it also said that other countries weren't going to make them, but they had to be allowed to have the ability to make them if they ever needed to. Like that was part of the agreement, right? That was part of the agreement. It was, hey, listen, the people who have them aren't going to make any more. And the people who don't have them currently cannot be kept from the knowledge of knowing how to make them. That was part of the agreement. Okay. And so,
the non-proliferation treaty is what you're saying?
Yeah, the non-proliferation agreement. Yes. And so that's the big deal. And so the thing that frustrates me, Joe, is, okay, so when I talk about Western media, right, there is this consistent demonization of people that practice Islam based on the behavior of some extremists in that religion, right? But we don't do the same thing for Christianity. There have been horrible things done by Christian extremists, but we don't say, well, all people who practice Christians are radicalized and all people who practice Christianity are this or that. We don't do that, but we do it when it comes to Islam.
Well, if you practice Christianity, which is simply following the way of Jesus Christ,
mm-hmm.
There was nothing that Jesus said about killing people or taking your life.
Except he did once. Except he did once. I'll show you. Except he did. He literally said, bring the non-believers in front of me and kill them. Hold on, I'll show you. Yep, I got you. Hold on. So it is Luke chapter 19, verse 27. And hold on a second, I'm opening it up. And Jesus said, quote, but those mine enemies who would not that I should reign over them, bring them hither and slay them before me.
Sorry, let me look at, it said Luke 19:7?
Nope, Luke 19, verse 27.
Oh.
Yeah, listen, you guys, I don't have a problem with Joe at all. We're having a respectful conversation. And so I don't have a problem with him at all. My whole point is that, and this is the thing that the only reason I'm making this point is that when he says, oh, a true Christian would never do this, the same thing applies for people that practice Islam. People that are truly practicing Islam don't do what some of the extremists have done. And my point is that there are extremists in all religions that do things, but we don't demonize the entire religion based on what extremists do. And so that's the point that I'm making. And so when we started to talk about piracy, I talked about Israeli forces. But when he talked about it, he said Muslims. And so I want to bring that distinction because it's important. So extremists.
The reason why I say Muslims, if you go all the way back to the formation of the Navy, the United States Navy, the United States formed the Navy in respect to the Tripoli pirates that were stealing crews and passengers off of ships. And they met with the United States. The United States said, what? Why are you taking these people? And they said, because the Quran, you're an infidel. The Quran allows us to take you as slaves because you're an infidel. Now, you know what the Quran teaches about infidels.
Okay, so hold on, Joe.
There's nothing
Mm-hmm.
in the words of Christ. Now, look, Christians, Christianity is strictly following the way of Jesus Christ. So
okay, but hold on. If you're going to talk to me, if you're going to talk to me about the Quran, then I'm going to talk to you about the Bible. And if you're going to talk to me about what people did with their interpretation of the Quran, then I'm going to talk to you about what people did with their interpretation of the Bible, right? And so what I would say is when you said that they could hold you captive because you were infidels, I would tell you that in the United States of America, they enslaved Black and brown people, right? Using Christianity. They quoted scriptures to them from the Bible as they whipped the skin off their backs, Joe.
But did you see who was doing the trading?
Joe.
Who was trading the people?
Joe, who was buying? You can't sell what nobody buys.
There were other...
Joe, listen, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to blame because here's what happens. Okay. In every culture, right? If someone shows your land is impoverished and your land is whatever, and somebody shows up and offers you tons of money for you and your family, there's always going to be bad actors that take that money. Right. But the problem is, but hold on, Joe, hold on. Listen, though. Listen, You want to blame the people who took the money to help their families, right? Instead of looking at the people who came to buy the people and enslave them, and then went so far, because slavery wasn't new. What was new and what became new in the United States of America was chattel slavery. We had never before seen enslaved people be considered property, be considered non-human, right? And their children be considered non-human and born into slavery. That is something that never existed. And then we went so far as to make laws and to make that a reality for those people, right? So that is something that never existed before. So the point that I'm making, Joe, this is the point that I'm making, okay, is you will always be able to find extremists in organized religion, right? Whether I'm talking David Koresh, whether I'm talking Jim Jones,
Big difference.
right? No,
Big difference. Here's the thing. If you don't accept Jesus Christ as the Son of God, then you are going to hell.
that is your belief,
No, that's what Jesus said.
which is your belief,
Which is what Jesus Christ said.
which is what you believe.
Correct.
Right, but Joe, the whole world, you don't get to run the whole world by your belief.
But why would I lie to you?
But,
I'm telling them the truth.
but the point is, but does that includes mass suicide? That's what that includes? Because that's what Jim Jones did. He had those women murder their children and then they took their lives. Same thing with David Koresh.
I'm not talking about some crazy person. I'm talking about.
But see, to you, but let me show you what you're doing, Joe. You are excusing the crazy people that misuse Christianity, but you don't excuse the crazy people that misuse Islam.
Okay, they've got crazy people in Islam,
but you are demonizing all of Islam.
But Korean has violence in it.
So does Christianity.
Where is it at in the New Testament?
I just read to you, Luke. I just read it to you.
All right. Are you a Christian yourself?
I just read it to you. My faith isn't part of the discussion. And the reason why, so Joe, let me tell you the reason why. Listen.
Are you a believer in Jesus Christ?
Do I have a picture of Jesus Christ on my page?
Yes.
Okay.
So why is it so hard to say I believe he's my Savior, Lord, and Savior?
So it's not hard. My point is that it's not relevant, Joe. And this is the part that you don't understand. Joe, hold on for a second. What I personally believe for my own salvation has nothing to do with the conversation about, hold on for a second.
If you deny me, I will deny you.
So let me finish, which still has nothing to do with you. That's between me and Jesus. Which still has nothing to do with you and me. That's between me and Jesus. Not me and Joe.
What was the last thing that Jesus told the apostles before he left? What were they supposed to do?
Joe, tell me what Jesus said are the greatest two commandments.
To love God with your heart, mind, and soul, to love one another.
Nope. Finish it. What does it say?
It says Jesus said there's two commandments for you to take care of. Jesus said 613 laws. He said the first, to love God with the whole heart, mind, and soul.
And
love your neighbor as yourself.
And
that's it, 2 commandments.
And he said, and he said, all the other laws and prophets hang on these 2.
Correct.
That's the very next. Okay, so this is my point, Joe. Your language around Muslims is not loving them as yourself. Your language around Iranians, hold on, you keep interrupting me.
Well, you don't give me a chance to talk.
No, because you keep interrupting me. But this is the point that I'm making, Joe, right? You want to use your faith in judgment of everyone else while not practicing the greatest 2 commandments, and every other commandments hang on those 2.
Well, hold on a second now. Don't get that mistaken. Just because you're supposed to love your neighbor doesn't mean that you're supposed to watch them go into hell. Well, if I love my neighbor, why do I want to see them spend eternity in hell?
Well, if you love your neighbor, why do you want to blow up a girls' school?
I'm not blowing up a girls' school.
But we did.
Okay, so I don't believe in that. I'm sure the people that did it was a mistake.
It was, but this is my point, Joe, is that it actually was preventable. The point that I want you to get, and this is the part that, Joe, this is what I want to know. Like, seriously, What I don't understand, because you seem like a reasonable individual, what I don't understand is why you can apply one logic to Christianity and not apply it to Islam. Right? So this is my thing.
It's an apostate religion.
To you.
To God.
To you and your God. We don't live our country that way.
I don't care. I have one Lord, one Savior.
That's for you, Joe. And nobody's trying to tell you to do anything different.
Okay. Well, I'm done.
Right, but here's the point that I'm making, Joe. Here's the point that I'm making. You want to excuse the people that claim your religion and do horrendous things in the name of that religion.
What did I excuse?
Because here's what you did. You said, "Oh, well, they're extremists. They're not real Christians." But you will not say the same thing. But you will not say the same thing as Muslims. You will not say, "But those are extremists and they're not real Muslims."
You know, okay, so let me tell you why. Because Islam is a false religion. Why would I want somebody to follow a false religion? So
this isn't about them following it. That's not the point that I'm making. And by the way, let me ask you this. Is Judaism a false religion?
It is at the moment.
What does that mean? It is at the moment.
They have not accepted Jesus Christ as a Lord and Savior, so they're false.
So Judaism is a false religion, correct?
Until they accept Jesus Christ as Son of God.
Okay, so do you talk about Jews the same way you talk about Muslims?
Oh, yes, I'll tell them the exact same thing.
So let me just be clear. So you say that Jews are Jewish extremists, they're pirates, they're all of the things.
Yes.
Okay, so let me tell you what that is, Joe. So let me just say this. Let me tell you what that is. Okay. So that is what we would call, based on your definition of the way that you see things, that is Christian nationalism.
I don't know what it is, but I believe in.
Right, but it's Christian nationalism.
So let me tell you what I believe. And this is real simple for me. To say, I believe Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I believe he came to earth to save us through his sacrifice and shed his blood so that all sins be forgiven. And that's how we can enter the kingdom of heaven. I want all my brothers and sisters to enter heaven. And my life mission is to make sure that I live my life in a Christ-like way, demonstrate to others what Jesus believes, what Jesus is. I don't believe in war. I think war is hard. It's the worst thing that ever been done. Jesus didn't say, go to your neighbor and put a gun to their head and shoot them. All war is heresy. Everyone who participates in war, you kill somebody in war, that's not loving your neighbor.
Okay, so Joe, let me ask you a question. Who did you vote for in the 2024 election?
I didn't vote.
You didn't vote.
I didn't vote. I haven't been able to vote.
When's the last election you voted in?
Ronald Reagan.
So you voted for Ronald Reagan?
Yes.
Okay. And can you share with me what policies Ronald Reagan had that upheld the teachings of Jesus Christ?
You know, that was my first election to vote in 1980. After the fact, I think Jimmy Carter was actually, in retrospect, because I was young at the time when I voted, Jimmy Carter was actually lived a life of Christ. If I would have done it again, I would vote for Jimmy Carter now, because Carter actually tried to live his life and represent Jesus Christ, and Ronald Reagan didn't. I voted for Reagan because the country was so bad in 1980. You know, we just came through Watergate. We just came through the Iranian hostages. The whole country was in turmoil, and we had to do something different. I mean, everything was going down. We just came out of the gas crisis, you know, where we waited in line for 3 hours for gasoline, and the gas tripled. I mean, it's unemployment everywhere. It was horrible.
So, Joe, let me.
I voted for Reagan for a change.
And I hear you, and I have no problem with that, and I respect your honesty. Let me ask you this question, Joe. Do you believe that that if we are here on this earth, we have a responsibility to improve the lives of people according to,
Yes.
okay, so even if I don't like a particular candidate, right?
Mhm.
If
Yep.
the policies that candidate is going to implement, right,
Yep.
is
Yep.
going to feed the children, feed the elderly, any of those things, am I or am I not expected to and should do as a good Christian to vote for that person whose policies are going to do that?
Here I vote on one subject only. Pro or con abortion. If you're pro-abortion, I vote for that candidate. It's not.
Okay,
Neither one
so
of them
I would
are
love to
right.
talk to you about that, if that's okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because sometimes what I find is that when I talk to people and they talk about being a Christian, you and I both know that there are thousands of denominations of Christianity and they don't all agree on things, right?
Right.
So the way that I was raised, I just want to see if when you talk about God, if you are talking about the same God that I was raised with. You ready? So
Yep.
so is God the giver and creator of life?
Yes.
Okay. And is God all knowing? Is
Yes.
God, he's all knowing. So he knows the beginning from the end. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay. And is God omnipresent? Is he everywhere present?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
And is God all powerful?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the same way that I was raised. So the question that I have for you, because based on your God that you just described to me, right? That means that at the time that God creates life in the womb of a woman, he knows if she's going to have an abortion or not. He is present in the clinic when she has it done, and he does not use his power to stop it. So the question that I have, Joe, is if God doesn't stop it, why do you think you know better than God what someone needs to experience in their life for their own walk?
Because murder is murder.
But no, that's not what that's not what God said. So but you are trying to do what God is not doing. So Joe, let me just give you an example. If you have how do you know that having this experience is what a woman might need to draw her closer to God? Because what we do know is that it is often in people's darkest hour that they find God, correct?
Yes.
So how do you know that you aren't preventing people from finding God? Because you think you know better than God what they should or shouldn't do.
So what you basically premise is that anything that happens on earth that's bad, God knows about it, so he approves it.
Did I say
So
that?
he may be, well, that's what I'm inferring.
No, but yeah, but that's not what I said.
Powerful, all knowing, he sees this harm going on. He knows this woman's going to abort this baby.
Mm-hmm.
He allows it to happen because it may do something to help that woman.
No, because he knows what it's going to do. Because he already knows. And what God knows is that we have to have our own journey. He knows we all have our own journey in this life, Joe. And
So
what it takes for you,
shedding of blood.
but listen,
Psalms it says about shedding blood.
Yeah, but listen, but I'm not under the law and neither are you, because Jesus Christ said, and we are now under grace.
But Jesus said,
So if you quote Psalms to me, but listen, you cannot quote Psalms to me. And because we're not talking, this is the point though. This is the point. God gave us free will. Period.
Yes.
Okay? And who are you to take it away?
What, take away the free will? Murder?
No, that's so let me just tell you. So here's the difference, okay? You want to say that it is murder because of your belief. And here's what I will tell you. So hold on. No, science does not support that. Science does not. No, it doesn't. Can somebody go get Dr. Emmy for me? Yeah, I can tell you, Joe. So listen, have you ever sat down and talked with a neonatologist? Have you ever sat down and talked to a specialist, an OBGYN specialist? Because I have, Joe. So I know what the science and I know what the medicine says.
Well, I know what the science says too. Let me answer this question. In California, Illinois, New Jersey, the law says right now you can have an abortion all the way up to full term.
Okay, except that that's not what happens. And so let me share. So Joe, hold on. Joe, hold on. Listen, because this is where it's really important for people to understand. Okay. So before we had the Dobbs decision, okay, 43 states, the Dobbs decision is the court case that overturned Roe versus Wade.
From a federal level.
From
federal level. You can still refer it back.
If you'll let me finish what I'm telling you. So before the Dobbs decision, under Roe versus Wade, 43 states in this country had laws that limited when a woman could get an abortion. 43 out of 50 states. Okay. Now, this is the part that's really important. Okay. So I know you live in California. I know, you guys, I know. But so listen, the point that I'm making, Joe, is let me ask you this question. Do you believe that the United States of America was founded on freedom of religion? That was part of why of how we were created?
It was First Amendment to the Constitution allows you to have practice.
Right. And what did the founding fathers say about Christianity and the United States of America?
What? I don't know.
Okay, so James Madison said in the Treaty of Tripoli that we are not a Christian nation, that we are a nation of religious freedom.
You ever read the Declaration of Independence?
I have.
Read it.
I have.
What's it say?
Well, you tell me. Does the Declaration of Independence mention Jesus Christ?
Does it mention the Creator?
Does it mention Jesus Christ?
Well, Jesus Christ was the Creator. Right?
To you and your religion. To you and your religion. So listen, Joe, here's the thing that you need to get, okay? To other people, the Creator is not Jesus Christ. And by the way, technically, it wasn't Jesus Christ. The Creator, hold on, Joe, listen. Joe, God was the Creator. Jesus was the Son of God.
And what is the Trinity?
Jesus was the Son of God. So Joe, listen. Joe, hold on. Joe, you're being defensive and you're not listening. No, you're not. Listen, Joe. Joe, you are talking to me about Christianity and I am talking to you. You just asked me, Joe, you just asked me about the Declaration of Independence.
Correct.
And my question to you is very simple. Does the Declaration of Independence say anything about Jesus Christ?
It says the Creator.
What did you say to me at the beginning of this conversation? You said to me that Christianity is following Jesus. Is that what you said? Right. Okay. So does the Declaration of Independence mention Jesus Christ?
This is a Creator.
Does the Declaration of Independence mention Jesus Christ? Yes or no?
It mentions Jesus Christ.
Does it? No.
Yes.
No.
Same.
No.
It's exactly the same.
No, Joe, it is not the same.
Go ask any pastor of any denomination.
Joe, it is not the same. It is not the same. That's your interpretation, Joe. This is why Christians have 40,000. This is why Christianity has 4,000 different denominations, because even Christians don't agree on the Bible. Every Christian does not believe in the Trinity, Joe.
Well, you know what? They're wrong.
Well, then that's you, but that's your personal belief. That's your belief, Joe.
No, it's not. It's how I
it is. That's your belief, Joe, but not every Christian believes that.
Every believing Christian, every Christian.
No, they don't, Joe.
Yes. Well, not all of them understand the Bible.
So, Joe, but again, that's why I just said. So now what you've added to the mix, I started with Christian and I started with Joe, let me finish. Let me finish. You're adding to the mix. So listen, Joe.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying, God is Jesus is God. Creator was Jesus.
Joe, I don't want to mute you, but please stop. Let me finish the sentence. Okay. So, Joe, when talking with you, I said what you are describing to me is that you are a Christian nationalist. And now you're adding another piece to it. And I'll tell you why I say that. Can I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish, Joe? Joe, let me finish.
Why don't you just call me a racist?
Would you finish and would you stop and let me finish, Joe?
Well, would you let me just finish the sentence?
Well, you didn't let me finish mine.
Yeah, but you keep calling me names.
I didn't call you names. What name did I call you?
You called me a Christian nationalist.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so, and are you a nationalist? Do you support the United States of America first?
Of course.
Then you are a Christian nationalist.
Okay.
Okay, great.
What are you?
What am I? I'm a patriot. I'm a patriot.
Oh, why? You're not
I'll tell you why.
Christian?
Huh?
No.
I'll tell you why.
My sons, don't ever tell me I'm not a patriot. Both my sons fought on the battlefield in Iraq and Afghanistan. They both have Purple Hearts. One right now is fully disabled. Don't ever tell me that I'm a Christian nationalist and I'm not a patriot.
I didn't say you weren't a patriot, Joe. Why are you screaming?
That's what you're inferring.
No, I'm not.
You're making me mad.
No, I'm not making you mad. Joe, I'm going to tell you what I taught my grandson when he was 3. I don't make you mad. You control your emotions.
No, you're the ones who used the words.
I used Christian nationalist, which is what you are based on your own description of yourself.
So what does that mean?
Exactly what I just asked you.
But what? So I've read articles that Christian nationalists are. I'm a white male over the age of 50. I believe in Jesus Christ. I was born and raised in the South. What am I?
That's not what makes you a Christian nationalist.
You want to, no, but you want to characterize me as a racist. That's what you're doing. Because
Joe, what did I say about race?
Nick Fuentes is a Christian nationalist, isn't he?
I don't know what Nick Fuentes is.
You don't know who Nick Fuentes is?
I know who he is. I don't know what he is.
He's called a Christian nationalist.
Joe, I am talking about you.
Yeah, I know. You just called me. You might as well call me a Nazi.
No, if I wanted to call you that, I would have. Joe, listen, I didn't call you anything except Christian nationalist.
Okay, what does that mean?
Well, we just asked you. I asked you. Here's the questions that I asked you, Joe. I asked you, are you, hold on, Joe. I asked you, are you a Christian? And what did you say?
Yes.
Yes. And then I asked you, are you America first, right? And you stand behind the United States of America. You're America first.
Yeah, I'm an American citizen. Of course.
Well, no, what I ask you is because,
100%.
well, okay, so you back your country 100%. Okay.
Yes, I'm a patriot. I fought for this country. I mean, this is my country.
I fought for this country too, so it's mine too.
Yeah, but
and my father had 2 tours in Vietnam and was medevac home. My mother served this country. Both my brothers served. My nephew served. This country doesn't belong any more to you than it does to me. And by the way, it doesn't belong to either one of us. This country actually belongs to the indigenous people. But before we get there, Joe, Joe, you're going to stop. You're going to stop talking over me. You're going to stop talking over me and then screaming at me because you don't like what I'm saying to you. If I wanted to call you a name, Joe, I'd call you a fucking name. You want to talk about making people mad? You didn't make me mad. I got mad on my own because I'm tired of being disrespected. I have asked you plenty of times to let me finish speaking. Yeah, so those of you all who saw that, that was Joe leaving. Fuck to the person who said no F word, please. Nobody asked you to police my language. Get out of my face. No F word, please. Fuckity fucky fuck. How about that? Y'all are wild. So let me just back up for a second, okay? Because I am 100% going to make the points that he refused to let me make. All right. The point that I was making, and this is where what he didn't like. Okay? If you say that the Quran teaches violence and you cannot acknowledge or you excuse the violence that the Bible perpetrates, you're a hypocrite. Okay? If you say that the people that do extremist things and horrible things in the name of Christianity are not real Christians and they are extremists, but you will not say that about the people who do extremist things in Islam, you are a hypocrite. Because there are extremists in every religion. And so my point is very simple. I am going to hold you to that standard. I will not let you come in my space and act like all Muslims are extremists, because they are not. As a matter of fact, Islam is one of the most peaceful religions that there is. Islam actually recognizes Christianity, whereas Judaism does not. Also, if you say, I'm a Christian, right? And any other Christianity besides mine is wrong, right? And you say that it doesn't matter to me what anybody else believes. If what you believe isn't what I believe, then you're the one who's wrong. Then the next thing that you are is a supremacist, because you believe that you are superior to other people. That's it. If you believe that your way is the right way and it's the only way, you now believe that you are superior to other people. That would make you a Christian nationalist supremacist. Yes, Cal, I can. And if you don't like me calling you those things and identifying you as the things that you claim to be, then don't be them. If you are angered when I call you the very thing that you tell me you are, then don't be that. If you don't want to be called a Christian nationalist, then don't be a Christian nationalist. If you don't want to be called a Christian nationalist supremacist, then don't be a Christian nationalist supremacist. And I'm going to be very plain about something, folks. When people ask me about my faith, the reason I don't answer that question is because it's not relevant. Do you want to know why? Because I'm not using my beliefs to judge you. I'm not using my beliefs as the barometer. Like, that's not the measuring stick. Do you understand? What I believe has nothing to do with how the country should be run and how we run amongst each other. What I believe has nothing to do with whether or not this thing should happen, because my beliefs, my rights to my beliefs end where your rights to your belief begin. I don't believe that I get to dictate your life and input laws based on what I believe in terms of religion. I do not owe you an apology. You said don't use the F word. I said fuckity fuck, 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 fuck. And I will always do that if you think that you can police me. You can't. I don't know who thought that, I don't know, like, my daddy's dead, you're not my mama. And even them, I'm grown. They wouldn't even tell me what to say. My mama don't tell me what to say. I don't owe you anything. And the fact that you would even fix your fingers to type such a thing is hilarious to me. It's the wildest shit ever. You owe me an apology. I don't owe you anything. Who are you? No, God doesn't like people who take his Lord's name in vain, right? That would be like Pete Hegseth when he says this is the war of Armageddon. That would be like when the president of the United States says that God chose him and whatever, while he is unaliving babies and while he is starving people and while he's going to the Supreme Court to take away people's access to health care. That's using the Lord's name in vain. Find fucking the Bible for me and then come back and tell me what God says about it. That's what I want you to do. You go find fucking the Bible and then come back and tell me what God says about it. And then your ass can owe me an apology. And then when you come back, I'm going to ask you, is it blasphemous when somebody posts a damn meme of himself as Jesus Christ with angels in the heavens and shit? Do that. Ain't nobody fooling with y'all today. I'm just not. I am not fooling around with grown adults that act like you don't know what's what. Y'all are straight wilding out. You act like you don't know that you are being lied to. The president of the United States told you yesterday that gas prices were falling. Now, if you believe he's serious and he meant that shit, then he is not fit to be president, because anybody that is alive and breathing and has a functioning brain knows that gas prices are not falling. So if he really believes that shit, can we go ahead and 25th Amendment his ass right now? Real talk. If the president of the United States truly believes that somehow Iran has been defeated, 25th his ass right now. I'm tired of y'all making excuses for the things that come out of his mouth. I am really tired of you all making excuses for this administration and for the things that they are doing. You have a Secretary of Defense that quoted fucking Pulp Fiction as if it was the Bible. You want to talk about blasphemous? You want to talk about blasphemous? You quoted Pulp Fiction as the Bible. Y'all better miss me with that bullshit. All of it. Miss me 100% with it. Y'all are straight wilding out. I'm not fooling with y'all. Y'all really act like we don't know the Bible. Like, y'all really are like, oh, he didn't mean it when he said it was the Bible. Right. The gospel of Pulp Fiction. I can't with y'all. Stop pretending. Stop pretending that this is a Christian administration. Stop pretending, because it's not. There's nothing that they do and there's nothing that they say that is Christian. Nothing. It is wild to me, every single one of y'all. And I want to be clear about something, okay? Because while we're busy talking about Christianity, I want to remind you that Christianity says you will be held accountable for the people that you cause to stumble. I'm saying this with every fiber of my being. I want every single one of you that profess to be Christians, that support this administration, that back up what these folks are doing. I want you to remember that the Bible says you will be held accountable for all of the people that you cause to stumble. All of the people that you cause to stumble, you will carry them on your shoulders and you will be held accountable. Y'all out here talking about the Bible and about Jesus Christ as if you embody it in any way, shape, or form. You know what's so crazy? Yeah, the boss, I got you. You know what's so crazy is you all think performative white saviorness is the same thing as Christianity, and it ain't. You think performative white saviorness is actually living a life like Jesus Christ, and it ain't. Your little see me feed the homeless shit, that ain't getting you into heaven, bruh. Not when you are voting for the people that fucking made them homeless. That's the least you should do is feed them when you are voting for the people that made them homeless. Sorry, y'all. Let me pull this up for the boss real quick. Matthew chapter 18, verse 6. And if anyone causes one of these little ones, those who believe in me, to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. That's what it says. Matthew chapter 18, verse 6. If you cause those who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for you to have a large millstone hung around your neck and to be drowned in the depths of the sea. That's what it says. I'm tired of fooling with y'all. I am sincerely tired of fooling with you, pretend to be Christians. You worried about the word fuck while you are committing blasphemy against God every day. And one of the most blasphemous things you can be is, oh, well, God chose Trump. You chose him. You chose him because of your racism, because of your ableism, because of your sexism, because of your homophobia, because of your transphobia. You chose him. We didn't need this. if we truly wanted to have, if we truly wanted to embody the greatest two commandments that Jesus Christ gave us, we didn't need Trump. But y'all don't want to do that, do you? You don't want to actually love your neighbor as yourself, do you? You don't actually want to do that, because then you'd have to love gay people and brown people and women and agnostics and atheists and Wiccans and Buddhists and Sikhs and Hindus. Then you'd have to love all of those people. And you don't want to do that. Y'all up here putting people on a pedestal because they got hundreds of billions of dollars, and they going straight to hell because not a one of them is fitting through the eye of a needle, figuratively or literally. They not going. They got a better chance of getting through the eye of a damn needle than getting into heaven. And I'm talking about rich people, not wealthy. And by the way, if I'm not talking about race and you say, well, I'm not racist, yes, you are. Because I think thou dost protest too much. What's the difference between what? What did I say, hazel-eyed girl? I mean, Candace, what did I say that you're asking me what the difference is? I'm just telling you, folks. If I ain't even out, did y'all see how confused I looked? Rich and wealth, I got you. I can tell you the difference. So rich is different than wealthy, right? Wealthy has to do with being responsible and taking care of your family and doing that. Like when you are wealthy isn't just about finances and money. You have wealth in joy. You have wealth in finances, but you have wealth in love. You have wealth. Like wealth is different. And wealth isn't boastful. Wealth isn't loud. Rich is loud. Right? Right. Wealth in spirit. That's the difference between those two things. Rich comes with the love of money. Love of money is rich. Wealth, you could have a lot of money and not be in love with it. You could have a lot of money and understand that having a lot of money is like having a lot of anything else. Money is energy like everything else. Rich comes from damn near worshiping money, from having money be the deciding factor as to who you think is whatever. Yeah, you can be abundant. Many of us are abundant without a shit ton of money. Nope, money is not the root of all evil. Money is not the root of all evil. Stop misquoting the Bible. That is not what the Bible says. The Bible does not say that money is the root of all evil. The Bible says the love of money is the root of all evil. People want you to believe that money is the root of all. The people who tell you money is the root of all evil are the people that want your ass to stay poor. The people that tell you money is the root of all evil are the people that want you to stay poor so they can make all the damn money. Right, Marianne. It is your relationship with it. That is what it is. So I need to do a couple of different things. Okay. Yeah, it says the love of money, Teresa, 100%. How y'all doing over here? Yeah, the people who tell you money can't but let you buy happiness. My shit is let me find that out for myself. Yeah, money can't buy you happiness, but it'll buy you a damn jet, won't it? 2 or 3. Right. How many of you all have never heard of a document called a memorial and a remonstrance? How many of you all have never heard of a document called a memorial and a remonstrance? Put a 1 in the chat if you've never heard of it. Okay. So I know that I have folks in here that speak English and Arabic. Here's what I would like for someone to do for me. Can someone let the folks that I'm going to bring up on the panel, can someone say in English, you know, I've been reading this document for a long time to people. Okay. We need to do a Pally panel. Okay. We need to do that. And I also want to share this document with you because when people say to me, what is, this is a Christian nation, it's not. And you might find it funny as to why I'm so emphatic that it's not. Okay. In addition to the Treaty of Tripoli, where James Madison says very clearly, we are not a Christian nation, right? In addition to that, there's this document called a memorial and a remonstrance, and it's from 1785. Okay. And it's incredibly important. Carla, can I get you to hold space? Frozo, I'm going to bring you up as well. So this is the time where I am going to bring some folks up that are on the panel and that are in Pally, because this is the time where we do some coins and such. Okay. Did I lose Frozo? I did. Damn. It's okay. What happened when I brought Raja up? Okay. It would be great if we could do at least 2K for everybody. If we have more, then that's amazing. And if we don't, it's okay. What happened with Raja? I need to do my boxes.
Hello, my friend. How are you, Dani?
I'm good, Hussein. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah.
I love you so much.
I love you too. I love you too. How are you feeling?
I'm so good. Alhamdulillah. Good.
Okay.
Sometimes no. As you know, the disease is very difficult, my friend.
Dani.
Hella, Raja.
Miss you, Allah, miss you. Where are you, Inti?
I've been here. You haven't been here.
No, don't.
I've been here. Y'all know he's a mess. Okay, very quickly, I want to give you guys some info as we go. Okay, so I need to explain a couple of things about some boxes. Okay, Hussein, the box that is directly above Blue Honey Pot. Y'all, he has cancer, and he has a tumor in the side of his neck that is about the size of a lemon. As you all know, medicine is scarce in Gaza, and they are limiting people being able to get out to get the treatment that they need. Okay. So I just want to throw that out there. And the box below Hussein, hey, Mohammed, let me see if I can. Alaikum salam.
How are you, Sister Dani?
I'm good. Did Zena, where did Zena go? I brought her up. Where did she go? See, I brought her up and she left somehow. Sometimes this thing acts so funky. I don't know where she went. And this thing
Thank you all the friend. Thank you.
Yeah. So what do I have? I have 4 boxes. So the last one is I need to do the last box I need to do on the US side to hold space. Red Hot, if I bring you up here, you can't say nothing. I don't even know if you're in here. I'm just fooling with you. Okay, so hey, Allah Shak Shak. So listen, folks, let me just kind of give you a little bit really quick. So Hussein, the box directly below me, I just told you he has cancer. He has a tumor in his neck. Raja is our good friend that's been with us for a long time now, and he's got a few kiddos and his dad and his mom and people that he takes care of. The box below Raja is Allah Shak Shak, who has a really serious heart condition, and it's really important that people understand he needs to get out of Gaza. It is incredibly expensive if Israel lets you get out of Gaza, but he needs out for real. And Hussein, Raja, and Allah Shak Shak also have links in my link tree. Okay, so I just wanted to give you all that. So while you guys, do I have a mod who can help me rotate out? Hussein, you hit 5K, so I'm going to rotate you out, friend.
Thank you, my Dani.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome.
Wasim, if you can.
Yep, I got Wasim. I got him.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Love you, Hussein.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Bye bye.
How are you, Jeannie? Welcome.
They tickle me seeing each other.
Can we get someone in the comments just to let people know to not spam the comments?
Yes.
That is a big issue. We can see them, but they do not need to spam the comments.
Yeah, Zena's having trouble connecting. I know she can't. Zena. Hey, I'm good. Good. Can you tell hey sis, can you tell them in Arabic not to spam the comments because it will take the live down? Like it will stop people from joining. Can you tell them that in Arabic for me?
Yeah. Yes. يا اخوة يا اخوات بدي لكم ما تكرروش التعليقات لان هذا بضعف اللايف وما تمنشنوش كمان للمشرفين.
Thank you. Okay, so so guys, I know that I said 2 and I'm going to rotate some people out, but I would like to see if we can get Allah Shak Shak to 5, just because I know he really needs medication and he needs to get out. Okay, so so while we're doing Big W, Kristen, appreciate you. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. Sandy.
قبل يومين يعني والدتي عملت عملية كبرى، كان استئصال للرحم، كان معها نزيف واستأصلوها الرحم، وأنها بتحتاج علاجات وبتحتاج كل يوم إبريم وديهم يعني يساعدون عشان أقدر أشتري لهم العلاج، عشان أقدر أشتري لوالدتي العلاج. وأنت بتعرف في الوضع كيف في غزة، وترجمي لها.
I know he was talking.
تمام. Sister Dani, I will translate from Muhammad. His mother's make operation last week, and he need special treatment and medicine. And my sister here in South Gaza, the medicine is very high, and anything connect of the medicine or the pains like this or operation have the price is very high because. No medicine enter inside Gaza and very limited. By the way, I must go the doctor to the distance. I have pain of my teeth, maybe 4 or 5 days, and when I went to the doctors, he asked from me a high price for that. Really, anything يعني connect or the medicine here in South Plaza very very high the price.
Okay.
And he need to buy medicine for his mother because she did operations last week.
Okay, I got it. I don't see him now. I see him gone. Y'all, I thought I saw Amal, and I don't see her.
Dani, welcome.
Wasim.
Look, Dani, look.
Oh, mwah. Hi, baby boy.
السلام عليكم كيف حالكم جميعا آسف أنه ما
Raja, I'm gonna rotate you out, Raja. Okay?
1 minute بس.
Yes.
زينة بعد اذنك بدي احكي لداني قبل يومين ايا كان الحدث اللي صار معها في اللايف انا ما كنت موجود. بنعتذر يعني جميعا بنعتذر من داني وبنقدم لها كل الحب والاحترام.
They're translating for me, guys. So give me a second.
نتمنى ما يكون عائق علينا احنا الموجودين معها والاصدقاء والاحباب لانها بتكسر بخاطر كثير ناس مقابل في ناس نصابه كذابه بتزور حسابات على حسابنا فاحنا ما بدنا ياثر على الموجودين لانهم كلهم ناس على البركه على باب الله بيستنوا في داني كل لحظه يعني. وثانك يو داني ثانك يو اول لاف دائما.
All love, Raja.
all friend all life كل الحب all love.
All love.
داني راجي سبيك بقول لك داني انت قلبي انت ماي جروب انتوا قلبي. داني.
Yes. Okay, I got it.
Dani and my group, wallah, Dani, Wasim and Ala Shakshak and Raji and Zaina and Hussein, very, very happy. Wasim eating the twins and the support eating the children.
Yeah. Yeah.
No twins, no support, no eating, no drink, wallah.
Okay, so yeah, so what he's saying, so he doesn't mean that they're eating the children, he means they're feeding the children. And so the support is what helps them buy food, and that is how he's able to feed the children. So that's what he's communicating to you all. So remember that they do have links, but that's one of the reasons why we have the panel, to try to assist and help and get them what they need. Okay. So, okay. I don't know. Everything just shifted.
Danny, listen.
Yes.
1 minute.
I'm listening.
Danny, the live band 14 years.
14 days.
Wallah, no support. Wallah, no support.
I got it.
50-50. Alhamdulillah. Two children, Danny, eating and food and chicken. Wallah, alhamdulillah, Danny.
Yeah.
And people from Gaza speak. Danny, open the guest. People from Gaza coming. Wasim and people and wallah, very happy. احنا.
Yeah.
My group very happy. Raji and Ala and Hassan and people. Okay, Danny.
Yeah. Alaikum salam, Soha. Love you, Wasim. Into Gelbi, Wasim. Into Gelbi. Wasim. Mama Mona, ask about Wasim. She said, keep halik Wasim. And I said, alhamdulillah.
Very, Danny. Look, Danny, look. Wasim, very happy, Mama Mona.
Yeah. Hi, baby.
انت قلبي. Goodbye, Danny. Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, my friend. Blue and Wish and Cat. Thank you, wallah. People from Gaza, I love you. Thank you.
We love you too. Bye. So yeah. So for those of you, let me do a little bit, and then I do want to give you guys this a memorial and a remonstrance. Okay. So let me just I see you, Habibi. Habibi, he's so cute. Oh my goodness, he's so cute. Does anybody know where Amal went? I
She
don't.
wasn't here.
I know. I don't know.
See her
She
there. Yeah,
was, and you can see it's really heavy right now.
Yes.
It's real thick up in these streets right now.
Yes, it is.
Alaikum salam. How are you? Kif halik?
الحمد لله. كيف حالك أختي داني؟ كيف حالك؟
No, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
الحمد لله. الحمد لله.
Alhamdulillah. Yes. Okay, so let me see real quick. Okay, so really quickly, folks. So I want to tell you guys in the States about the memorial and a remonstrance. And it would be great for my folks that are in the States to keep commenting. I need your comments in English to help the live, okay? I need your comments in English to help the live, okay? So, alaikum salam, Abin Gaza. Okay, so thank you, nobody. I appreciate you. Okay, I got you. Give me 1 second, folks. So for my mods that are helping me, there's like the next one to rotate out. I need to bring up I got you. I got you, Raja. Okay, I'll rotate and we'll do I got Raja. So here's one of the things that I love and appreciate about my friends that we have that are in Palestine is they will say, hey, listen, take me down and bring up. I'm double checking. I just need to make sure. Raja, check what's up. Okay. So I'm making sure. Okay, I got it. So the box that I just brought up for my folks, this is where did they go? They left again. They got dropped. Mods, can we look for M Abood? EM and oh, she made it. Okay, so there's a connection issue right here with this box, but that box Raja has, see, they just dropped. Damn. Oh no, they didn't. Okay. So Raja has vouched for that box, and they have a really tough situation. The one in the middle down here. And there's my friend Bilal.
How are you?
Oh, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Wallah, alhamdulillah. Thank you, wallah. Are you fine?
Wait. Yes, I am. Wait a minute, y'all. This one or no? Raja is confusing me, y'all.
Welcome.
Hey, Bilal.
Hey, how are you?
I am good. How are you, friend? Give me a second.
I miss you a lot.
I miss you a lot. I miss you a lot. He is. Tell Raja. I need Raja to tell me the exact name. I am trying to find the one he's telling me. Don't bring the one up that I just had up, guys. I need another one. Okay. I'm going to need him to. Okay, give me 1 second. You stay with me. Yes.
Look.
Hi. Hi, Habibi.
Hi.
Keep halak, Habibi.
Quiet.
Quiet. Yeah, I love it. Oh, he's so cute, Bilal. So cute.
He's in my office right now watching.
Yep, he's in your office watching. Okay, so Raja is trying to tell me somebody, but I don't know who he's trying to tell me. I don't know which one. And he's over here typing to me in Arabic, like, "Hey, Aben Gaza."
How are you, Mama Dani?
Oh, alhamdulillah, I am good. I am good.
Alhamdulillah.
So I need, hold on, you guys. Y'all are doing a lot. So I need to do, Bilal, can you ask Raja who he's talking about? Because I don't know. Because there's DIAA Gaza. Do you all see?
What do you need us, Raja?
Raja is trying to tell me someone to bring up DIAA Gaza. I don't see them though. I don't know. He said he was coming in to tell me. Okay, so let me do while I wait, while I try to figure that one out, you guys, sorry, y'all. I know we're doing a lot. Okay, so can somebody work with Raja? She was sending a request. Oh, her internet connection is weak. Okay. We're supposed to get it. Hey, Salam Abu Sami. Okay. Oh, alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. I am good.
Thank you so much.
Yes, you are very welcome. Is this the one that he... Not me trying to figure out who Raja is telling me, because there's lots of requests. I need for people to not have so many that are similar names. Can Raja tell her to say me in the chat? I need her to say me in the chat. So guys, remember that Bilal is also, yes. Kat, yes. The answer is yes. Guys, Jesus, oh my gosh, I can't talk. Right, Cam, I'm trying. So listen, Bilal is also Palestinian journalist, okay? And he's got 4 babies, right? 3. I always get you confused. You have 3, Raja has 4? Yeah, you have 3 and Raja has 4. Yeah. So yeah. And so you just saw one of his little kiddos. I want you all to remember that that things in Gaza are really difficult, and even some of the journalists aren't getting paid in the way that they used to be and how they be. And Bilal, I have not forgotten you. I have somebody going to help you for your wife's medication. So via your link. Your wife's treatment via your link. Okay, Bilal?
Yeah. But I didn't receive anything in my link. You need to give me in my link?
No, I have your link. Yeah? And I have your link. I'm going to give it to someone. Someone is giving me the money to send to your link.
That's good.
Yeah. Because your wife needs her treatment, right?
Yeah. I am chatting with you about it.
Yes, we got it. Okay. Her phone turned off. It will restart. Okay. Y'all, I'm still waiting on Raja. So, we're doing what we can. Yeah, well, so he's been up, but he's trying to get me. He wants me to bring somebody up, and he's telling me, but the person that he's telling me, I was like, they're not here, and then they left, and then their phone died, is what happened, and so I'm waiting on them to come back. Okay, all right. It's good to see your face. It's always good to see your face, Bilal. Always good to see your face. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so if we can do yeah. Thank you, Sandy. And so I would love to see well, y'all know how we do some of our folks. Not me trying to be whatever. Oh, thank you, Marilyn. Marilyn says Happy Mother's Day to all of the moms. And so when I say Happy Mother's Day, I mean all of the people that are filling the mom roles, right? So it doesn't matter to me who you are, auntie, grandmother, like whatever it is. If you are doing the role of the maternal caregiver, right, and taking care of the babies and nurturing them, then Happy Mother's Day to all of you. Right. So I know that mothers don't just mean giving birth, right? Mothers are lots of different types of people. So I appreciate you.
And Dani, on that note,
yes.
Clementina, they're doing Mother's Day baskets.
Okay.
So if anybody has extra, they can donate over there.
Okay.
To send to the women of Gaza.
Okay. I got you. I really need for him to be able to tell me who he needs, because I don't see them. Raja, are they back? Because I don't see anybody. Okay, so let me tell you all about a memorial and a remonstrance real quick, because we need American comments and American shares, like a lot, because you can see we've dropped 100 people already. So we need to have people in the West be commenting and talking. Appreciate you, Joby One. So that we can kind of boost things back up. Okay, so listen, a memorial and a remonstrance. I'm going to paraphrase it, okay? But you can look it up, and it's in my link tree already, right? So a memorial and a remonstrance. Abu Saraj can help me. Abu Saraj, can you find out who it is that Raja needs me to bring up, please? Because we are struggling. We are struggling. But so let me tell you about this document. So this document was in 1785. And what's so important about this document and 1785 is that it was right. So 1776 is when we got our independence, right? And she has internet problem. Okay. Dang. She has an internet problem. Okay. We'll figure it out. Alaikum salam. Who's that? Abu Malik. Aziz. Aziz is in here. I know I just saw him. I know I just saw Aziz. Aziz. Not me doing the sound effects, but yes, me doing the sound effects. Did anybody else see Aziz? Yeah, I don't see who, what?
Welcome, sister.
Hey, Noor, how are you? You brought him up and he dropped? Okay.
Fine.
There's lots of internet problems today, folks. Lots of internet problems. Sandy, did you mean to request?
Ask me talking about him, beautiful words.
Yeah.
But No, I am working with him all the time. He's يعني
بلال بعد اذنك الله يسعدك احكي لها عن الحمله تاعتنا تاعت يوم الاحد اللي راح نغيرها كل خميس حتصير ابتداء من الاسبوع الجاي عند تكتان حبيبك.
Okay, so
every Sunday he's making a live about journalists in Gaza, and every Sunday he's with Tiktak making a meeting with any journalist in Gaza.
okay.
Now I think he will the lives will be on Tuesday, not in Sunday, on Tuesday.
On Tuesdays? Okay,
Yes.
okay. Somebody just make sure to send it to me and remind me. Send it to me and remind me. Okay? Yeah. Wadmi.
Thank you, Allah, Sister Dani. Big sister, ala rasi.
Yeah, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. Wadmi, Keith Halleck. Everybody's been asking about you, Wadmi.
Hello, Dani.
Hi, everybody's been wondering about you, we want to make sure that you're okay.
Yeah, I come here today to thank everyone who messaged me and who wrote a comment for me on my post. Really, thank you, everybody. I don't know that I'm worth that much for you all, really.
Yes, of course you are. Yes, of course you are. People have been asking me every day, have we heard from Wadmi? Have we heard from Wadmi? And I'm like, not yet, not yet. And so,
yeah. I joined TikTok since your last broadcast, the past Friday.
Yeah. Well, we wanted to make sure that you were okay. Appreciate you, Gazula. For real. Yeah, we wanted to make sure that you were okay and all of that. So, did A Money get to set up a link for you?
I don't know. She called me, but after that, I didn't hear anything from her.
Okay.
Maybe she's busy.
Okay, I'll check with her. I want to tell everybody that the box down here on the left, so Abu Malik, the one that is below which, he's got several kiddos, and I have expressed before and just want to remind you all that he's got one kiddo that has had a really tough time with the malnutrition. And in January had several fractures. And he does not have a link. Yeah, his malnutrition was like in a stage that's called wasting. I'm not sure if you all know what wasting is, but it is significant malnutrition. And he does not have a link. So Coins is the only way that he's able to get support at all. So I just want to remind people and let them know. Okay. I am cracking up. I need to translate and it doesn't want to let me do it because I'm not on my phone. But yeah, so yeah, we did. And
Dani, I think A Money and Abu Saraj, they're both in here.
Yeah, I see Abu Saraj right now.
Okay.
Yep.
هلا أبو سراج نورت يا حبيب.
Okay. So you guys, I don't think I'm going to get into a memorial and a remonstrance in the way that I want to, but I will do it again. If you are in Project for the People, be looking for the email that I'm sending out today. Okay. Love you guys. Mean it. Okay.